Greetings, greetings, peace, and welcome to another exciting episode of our TATTWA SHUDDHI book study. It's a beautiful day, as usual. Okay, so for the past couple of weeks, we've been going through this book chapter by chapter, and most recently, we've come across the few chapters that describe the actual process of performing the TATTWA SHUDDHI meditation. Greetings, Up to the Unicorn. Greetings, Sirius Suit 888. Greetings, Gemma Thorne. Greetings, Ephraim Odor. Lahiri. Peace, peace. So, hope you guys are doing well. There's a lot to be thankful about and happy about. There's a lot to complain about, but that doesn't do much good. Peace, Regina. Can you guys hear me fine? Is the audio coming through? So today we're going to talk about this. Greetings, Natalia Dozier. We're going to talk about the TATTWAs, really, and how the process of TATTWA SHUDDHI is done and how it actually helps you, right? The TATTWAs are a very big deal, a serious deal, especially when it comes to the occult. Now, the technical name for them is the TATTWAs, but people who don't know the technical name, they just call them the elements, the 5 elements. And we all know, no matter what branch that you have learned from, you can't really practice magic without employing the effects or the efforts of the elements. But it's more than just earth, fire, water, air. We know that. It's more than just the physical expression of these things. They represent a type of frequency. They represent a type of energy. They represent consciousness within matter at different stages. And when we really do this meditation, we find that these separating lines are arbitrary. And what I mean is there's not really this dense quality of earth. There's not really this cohesive quality of water. There's not really this expansive quality of air. There's not really this transformative quality of fire. These are all aspects of consciousness at different stages within time and space. So if you take away the whole binding limitation of time and space, looking from the outside in, you see that all these things are just different temporary expressions of consciousness, but it's all the same thing, just moving through different rates in different directions within time and space. So we find that there are 2 realities, right? There's 2 realities. There's the absolute reality, and then there's the manifest reality. Now, there's the absolute reality and the manifest reality. The manifest reality is also called relative reality. And it's relative because it's relative to your perspective and it's relative to where you are in time and space. But absolute reality is undisturbed. It's unchanging. Everything manifests from the absolute reality. The absolute reality is when we look at the tree of life, we would see Kether, the top of the tree, right? This process of TATTWA SHUDDHI is one of the best ways that we can experience for ourselves the space in between the absolute reality and the manifest reality. These are all representations of different stages of consciousness. So most of us are just down here in the earth element. On the tree of life, this is represented as Malkuth. Most of us are down here externalized in the temporary world of the five senses. Not realizing that behind the five senses, there is a source of expression, right? Behind the five senses, there's this watery element. We call that the astral plane. And even behind that, there's another level. Behind that, there's another level. And in the background of all these levels, there's absolute reality, and absolute reality doesn't change. Absolute reality is the prototype. A good way to look at this whole thing, if we have to see it separated in reality bands before we can see that it's one big picture. But this is the separated picture. Also, the tree of life is the separated picture. But when you look at it as one thing, you're going to see it like an ocean, right? You're going to see it like an ocean. And what you'll notice is that the deep ocean, you're not going to experience movement. You're not going to see change. It is what it is. But on the surface, you're going to see waves. You're going to see ripples. You're going to see all kind of movement on the surface. But those are all temporary. Those come and go with time. They're bigger or they're smaller, but at some point, they're all going to remain back to stillness, just like the deep center. So one way to look at it is a higher frequency, a higher concentration of moving consciousness would look like small rapid waves, where a low vibration, a low frequency, a lower manifestation of consciousness would look like gigantic waves, right? But at the end of the day, it's all part of the same ocean. Greetings, Derek P. How are you?
Hey, is my mic coming through?
It is.
I'm doing okay today. Excited to hear some more thoughts on TATTWA SHUDDHI. So not as familiar with as much Eastern sort of like esotericism, quote unquote. So this is delving into new territory for me.
Right on, and welcome back.
Thank you.
Okay, so for the most part, we exist on the surface. We're surface level, right? And what makes life so difficult for us is that our attention spans are so short. Our thought process is so short. Most of us, we don't go very far. We think about this far, and then we're quickly distracted by something else, and we only think about this far and this far and this far. But we find that through the process of meditation, it stretches and lengthens our attention span. It lengthens our capacity to utilize our intelligence. Now, consciousness can be divided in different quality and quantity. The quantity of consciousness depends on how many different types of expression an entity can have. For example, everything has consciousness. Everything contains consciousness because everything is consciousness manifested, including the rocks in the mineral kingdom, the plant kingdom, the animals, the humans, and everything beyond. But when you look at the scale of consciousness, you'll find that the lower levels, the quality of consciousness is very low. So at the lower level, the earth level, we'll say we have minerals and rocks and crystals and things like that. They contain consciousness, but the quality is very low, meaning that there's not many ways for the consciousness to express itself, right? A rock can't do much. The quality of consciousness has everything to do with how many options it has to express its response to stimulus. I'm sure that crystals and rocks may have a vague awareness of, say, temperature and the changes in light and darkness and things like that, but a rock can't really do anything about it. And then we move up to the plant kingdom, and the plant kingdom and the fungi kingdom and all that, it has slightly more quality of consciousness, meaning that plants do respond to external stimulus. Their responses are limited, but they have a greater capacity for consciousness than the rock kingdom does. So the quantity is a little bit increased, and the quality is a little bit, the quality and the quantity is a little bit increased. Then we move up to the animal kingdom, of course, and we know that animals, they have a much wider range of consciousness. There's more things that animals can do. As a matter of fact, in the plant and animal kingdom, the difference from the mineral kingdom is that plants and animals now have the ability to reproduce themselves, right? But still, they don't have quite the range of expansion of consciousness as humans do. So when we get to the human realm, we have a much greater capacity for our response to our external environment. But the difference is, what makes the difference between each one of us is the quality of that consciousness. We don't have, most of us have very limited options on how we can express ourselves and how we can express our interaction with our environment. This is why education is so important. This is why meditation is so important, because it begins the process of expanding that those options, and thereby expanding the quality of consciousness that we have. If you have limited options, there's not much that you can do. Just take, for example, I've got this, picture up here that everyone's seen before, where it's, God and Adam reaching out their fingers to touch each other. And I had somebody over here the other day, we were having a consultation, and he was just talking about how, he's seen that picture before. He thought it was really cool, God touching Adam. Now, there wasn't much he could say about it other than it was God touching Adam, and it's an old picture. There were very limited options on what he could say. And then I got into the symbolism of it. I got into how where God is, it's shaped like a brain, right? And then he's got all these different angels surrounding him, representing all the effort and all the potential force that this entity has. And then how Adam is over here covered up by what looks like a mountain, representing consciousness and matter. Basically going into all this different detail of what the different symbols meant. There was a much wider range of expression here. So truly, when we talk about the quantity and the quality of consciousness, we're talking about the options that we have in reference to the stimulus given to us by the external environment. So when we do a process like TATTWA SHUDDHI, and when we study yoga, and when we study these ancient practices of understanding consciousness, we expand our options on how we can experience reality. Because without expanded options, there isn't much we can do. We can experience life, we can get beat up, and we can complain, and we can go back into the distractions and repeat the process because we don't have an option to do anything more. There was a time where I didn't have an option other than to get up and go to that job that I hated and get, yelled at by my boss, regardless of whether I did a good job or a bad job. It was the same thing over and over and over. And I wanted more, but I didn't have any options to get more. It wasn't until I researched different options that I was able to break away from that and create a life for myself that I can actually be happy with. Let me know if that makes sense, or if it doesn't, or if there's something that we'd like to get into more. Greetings, Alora. Greetings, Kristen.
Hey.
Greetings, Malik.
Greetings.
How are y'all doing this morning?
What's up, Trav? What's up, everybody?
Busy
Busy.
since 9 a.m. running.
I've been good. I wanted to kind of comment a little bit because interestingly enough, I sort of got into a similar conversation last night about what you've been bringing to the table this morning. about recognizing what your options are. It's kind of like in the Magicean when they talk about the sphere of availability. A lot of people think that they need to manipulate matter in order to get what they want or in order to have more options. So a lot of people will say, you know, I want to be a millionaire, but, you know, as we're taught in law of attraction or anything like that, you know, if you don't believe it, it doesn't happen. Well, part of that belief system and part of that manipulation of matter and gaining more options is through a process of self-actualization. When you recognize your potential, you open up your sphere of availability. And that's what meditation, I think, at least in my experience, has really given me, is that ability to recognize all of the other, is to recognize myself within a situation, and from there being able to actualize my own limiting beliefs that are keeping me back from recognizing these options that are available to me and these opportunities. So I think a lot of people feel like they have to control their external environment in order to make themselves feel internally whole, when what meditation does is make you look on the inside. And when you start to recognize and actualize yourself, that's when things on the outside start to change. So it really is inside out. It's not outside in. And so I think that meditation is extremely crucial, especially when doing any type of magical work or trying to up your level, or to leave that job that you don't like, or to have more money or anything like that, because you always have to look then inward as to how am I viewing these situations? How am I trapping myself? Am I wanting all of this money because what I really want is freedom? What am I seeking freedom from? Meditation brings that awareness to you. I've been doing a third eye meditation, the ajna meditation, to open up here. And it's taken me aback a little bit, because they say that part of your visualization is to imagine the eye not facing outward, but inward towards you. Mm-hmm. How many meditations of law of attraction that they have you focusing on the eye opening outside of you and looking out, when the reality of opening up that chakra, of being aware of your third eye, it's always pointed inwards towards you. It's actually looking at yourself. So if I take that into consideration when I'm looking at manipulation of energy or matter, or what all this is about, or bringing myself out of a hard time, I have to recognize that everything, literally everything, starts from the inside. And so I have to calm those waters on the inside and be aware of what ocean I'm fucking swimming in order to be able to successfully navigate through everything else. Yeah. So that's I think self-actualization, that's what meditation brings to the table. And from there, your sphere of availability opens up, because you are able to actualize who you are and what you bring to the table.
Absolutely. Very well said. Because I mean, it's like following a map. You might have the destination, but if you don't know where you are, you're still lost.
Right. If you're still seeking outside of yourself for answers, you're lost. If you think that $1 million is going to make you happy, you're lost. If you think something external is going to make you happy, you're lost. That's your indicator. I'm trying to manipulate this energy outside of me so then I can make the inside of me feel all right.
So could you also take that to the other polarity and say that if you feel like you're being hurt by something outside of you, you're lost. Mm-hmm. If you feel like something is attacking you from outside, you're misguided.
Yeah. And I think that's where, in particular, these Vedic practices really come in and kind of and help you to up that level significantly, because it makes you approach yourself and your shadow self, the attachments that you have to things. You know, a lot of our successes we base off of competition of things outside of ourselves. We compare ourselves to others who are going through a different process. How can I compare someone else's life to my own when I'm not living their life and they're not living mine? Their process is automatically going to be from mine. So I can't possibly compare my experiences to theirs. But a lot of our competition and a lot of our values on whether or not we are worth something or we're able to attain a goal is based off of that. That's just one example of how that manifests.
Yeah.
So yeah, like me getting hurt by something or by someone, again, I'm placing my value upon someone else, something external of me.
That seems to be the biggest issue that we have, is that we externalize our consciousness constantly. We externalize everything about us. We're always looking and seeking. Now, there are truths such as, you know, everything is one, I am that, this is me. All those things are true, but an understanding of that truth isn't there. Meaning, you know, we can't go from a lack of information, understanding of information of how the structure of reality is. And then because we don't understand something, we suddenly jump to say, oh, well, I am God. I am all things. Like there's a big gap in between that can only be understood by experience and not by learning. Like what she says in here, we've got to leave the logic in its place. The logic mind, the conscious mind does have a place to regulate and run the tasks of our daily life. But when dealing with spiritual matters, when dealing with coming into the awareness of the divine principle of self, you have to leave conscious logic mind and logic algorithms in a certain place, because knowing and becoming aware of self, it has to be experienced. Hence why meditation is the pathway, because meditation is experiential.
Exactly. It teaches you that one-pointed focus. It teaches you how to leave those things in their place. It doesn't mean that you have to leave your wife and kids and all this crazy shit in order to reach, you know, enlightenment. That's not at all what it's about. It's you being able to see and recognize the other parts of yourself that don't involve these material earthly things. There are other planes. There are other levels of yourself that you can tap into. It doesn't mean you have to leave everything behind. Just simply leave it in its place.
Right. And that's why non-attachment is so important. That's why vairagya is important. Everything has its purpose, otherwise it wouldn't exist. But the difference is how we relate to it.
Yeah. We want to bring ourselves that are in this realm into all the realms. I want to bring my dogs with me to the astral. I want to bring my work issues into the astral.
Oh my God. I want to bring my religion. I want to bring my fear into the astral.
Yeah. That sounds like such a terrible time.
Yeah, that's what people choose to do. That's what it seems like most of the people want to do on the internet when they talk about these things.
Yeah.
Asking about, you know, this astral warfare. Is it safe to astral project because there's a war going on in the astral? You know, all these different things. Where are you getting this information from? Be real.
Someone told them that the Galactic Federation Starseed said that Buddha went back in time and transmuted into a galactic inner whatever and is now projecting crazy shit like that.
Yeah.
That's who told him. Some channel told them.
Right.
Man.
I
Right.
wonder. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Um, I wonder if this might relate to the picture, Travis, that you were talking about before, the creation of Adam, in an interesting way. I'm looking at this like as we're talking, and it seems that, yeah, like Adam, he's not able to make that connection with God because the way he's seeing God is something external to him, right? He's trying to reach outward to touch God, and that connection cannot be made there. And like you were saying, the way God is pictured here is definitely reminiscent of the brain, right? God is reaching out to Adam, but internally, right? Through
Yes.
collective conscious. That's why we have like all the other sort of angelic bodies around this like godlike figure. This is the collective trying to connect to Adam here. He's just not necessarily going the right way. Yeah. And that connection can never truly be made. He understands and knows intellectually that God or this whatever sort of like divinity state he's trying to reach is there. But it needs to be experienced in order for that true connection to be made.
Mhm.
I don't know if that
No, I
actually
like that.
tracks at all.
I like
Yeah.
that. I think that's such a great idea that almost inspires me with an idea to paint it almost like a parody picture of that, but have the human reaching out to himself.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I like that breakdown. That was pretty good. That was pretty nice.
Mhm.
The fact that they never touch together is because he's looking outside of himself. What if he was looking in the other direction? Like what you were saying, Laura, what if he was using his third eye to look within?
Right.
You know, like one of those optical illusions, like when you go close but it moves far away, and then you move far away and it comes closer. One of those trick mirrors.
Yeah.
Think about
Yeah.
that.
Oh,
Gotta
shit,
go into
man.
yourself.
God is like literally pointing the way for him.
Mhm.
I didn't. That's an interesting way to think about it. He's like, no, go that way, go this way.
And Adam's like, woo. No, that's a great interpretation.
A lot of the art then, much of the art then was hidden symbology and depicted inner alchemy in many different ways, and astrology, just like the Last Supper is an astrological lineup.
Right.
It's all hidden symbolism there. And the funny thing is a lot of these artists had Chadabishek, and this has a lot to do with like the Renaissance man or the inventive artist, the one who has like scientific mind, a bend of mind, but with creativity, like, you know, like Da Vinci and Michelangelo, these characters that are like significant in this way, where they their arts have, you know, lasted the test of time, and they're symbolic. It's not just the picture you're looking at, it's more, there's depth and layers to it, and they all share the nakshatra Shadabishek. That's something you see with them kinds of artists. Inventive, you know, inventors, out of the box thinkers.
So understanding this amount, this quantity, and this quality of consciousness, this is where what makes human beings so unique with a lot of potential, is that we have this potential to transform the subjective into the objective. We have that ability to create from nothing. And we also have the capacity to have unlimited consciousness. And then we also have the capacity to have very limited consciousness. There's so many different ranges here. And the more that I think about this, the more that I realize that we have the education system, it's very insufficient at developing consciousness. It's literally just to train, you know. So I'm convinced that it doesn't take, you don't have to be born a genius to understand this stuff. I believe that genius can be invoked. I mean, genie comes from Damon. I believe that it can be developed if one understands how to think. You don't have to be born super smart to become smart. It's all about how you use your mind. I mean, for God's sakes, we can train dogs and monkeys and elephants to perform complex tasks. So I think that a lot of people, they kind of stop themselves before they can really develop because they think that they're not smart enough. We think, you know, we don't have the right genetics or this or that. But in truth, anybody can understand this stuff. Once you find the right way, once you find a sufficient way to process information, you can really surprise yourself with how much you can do.
And you know, what's interesting is, you're right. Every single person has the ability to channel their particular version of genius, because we all have a different version of it based on our map, right? And we each are good at one or two or a few things, but something particular that we are good at, or we're going to be born to be good at. And we can activate that through work with Rahu and Ketu. Activating the Ketu and, you know, like the Bij mantra and working with K2 and learning about your K2, this will help start activating that and start putting you into the zone we talked about. And then catching when your nose, you know, is breathing out of both of those nostrils. Try to see what's happening, what time of day that is. Catch that, make notes of it, and start working during those times. When you catch yourself breathing out both sets of your nose, you know, left and right nose, nostril, sit down and meditate or ask a question or start creating something, because that's called the zone. That's that zone we talk about. That's what happens when you're creating something and you're flowing. Check yourself. You'll see that both sides of your nose are open because you're in that unified field of, you know, both sides of your brain is working. And this all has to do with Rahu and Ketu. If you think of Rahu and Ketu as your left and right brain, your genius. And so Rahu is the drive. It's the obsession. It's what keeps us going. It's the diamond, right? And Ketu is the genius, but it's the one that will keep you grounded and say, hey, you're getting overboard now. So what you got to do is unify Rahu and Ketu to make them one body again, right? Your left and right brain. Think about that analogy of how Rahu and Ketu is the head and the tail. It's your left and right brain. Okay, so we need to unify that again. We have drive. We have what we're interested in. Go towards it while staying grounded, while keeping the Ketu alive. Ketu is moksha, spiritual liberation. It wants you to go seek the material and to go onto the material plane and learn all about it and go towards it, just so you realize that's not where it is. You go towards it, you're pulled that way with Rahu, but Ketu brings you back in towards spirituality. So usually a lot of people who have Ketu strong in their chart at some point in their life, they tend to like have a spiritual awakening, or they sell all their stuff and move into like a van and start traveling and things like that, because they realize the material gains are only so much. They're not really giving them fulfillment. So the Ketu really has a lot to do with activating the inner genius in somebody. You can do that by start doing that by doing the chanting the Bij mantra, which is like 108 times. You find out what your Ketu nakshatra is in, and then you find out the Lord for your Ketu, or you just find out, you know, the nakshatra's Bij mantra, and you will chant that 108 times, either before bed or upon waking in the day. And this starts to activate your Ketu and starts to have, you start having insights and downloads and being led towards your genius, that's what the inner genius. So we all have an ability to do that. Some people just, they don't.
Yeah, I think the K2, yes, that's a big thing astrologically speaking, and that's something that we can always do. I think another part of self-actualization is realizing which modality works for you best as well. What helps you be able to focus that? Once you find these points, how are you able to focus? What helps you to focus? For me, it's creating entities and working with Goetia and all that fun shit, because the visualization of my intent allows me to gain that one pointed focus. And so I'm able to utilize that to my advantage. Doing the same thing as, I'm doing TATTWA SHUDDHI, I'm doing all of these different Vedic practices, but my visualizations are within a certain modality to assist me in that actualization of self and creating more of that and cultivating my inner genius. A big part of that, though, is knowing what works best for you. What modality is going to work best for you so you can gain that focus, so you can gain that clarity, so you can utilize that to your advantage when going through this process. It's not just one way. There's never just one way. It all seems to fall on a similar path, but there's never just one way of doing things. So yeah, like utilizing the K2 is huge, but I often and I say this because I often have questions like, if I just look at it astrologically, okay, I got these points. Now what? now how do I move forward? How do I tap into these energies? There comes into the modality that you as an individual will seek out to find what works best for you as far as gaining that focus. And I think a lot of people, again, try to look externally of themselves and say, oh, well, Travis is doing this, so that's how I need to do it. But maybe Travis's way of visualization is not how, maybe you're more auditory. Maybe you need another form in order to gain the same information and be able to utilize it. But maybe you just need another way of having that communicated to you, or allowing for that interaction on your level in some way. So, I put that out there because I think that's important to acknowledge when walking on this path of cultivating your true self, your inner genius, and all of your abilities. A huge part of that is you recognizing what modality works for you and how you can best absorb this information.
A good way to do that is to find out what house your K2's in, because everyone's K2 is different. So finding out what house the K2 is in will show you where what you came in with mastery towards. So the K2 shows you what you already have, what you're already good at, what you're natural at, and in the house it sits in. So you want to check out the house it sits in and learn about it and learn about the nakshatra, because this is the area where you already have mastery from past life, they say. Now, where Rahu sits, which is going to be different for everyone too, is the thing you're here to learn, to master in this life. So you're going to be pulled between the two. Boom. Left, it's like an axis. So knowing these placements and learning the details about them will help you tap into your own particular brand of genius, insight, creativity, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, let me use myself as an example on this one, just to kind of to elaborate a little, not to elaborate, but to concur with you, Kristen.
Yeah.
Because I'm looking at my house right now, because as soon as you start dropping info on Astro, I'm like, oh shit, let me look at my chart. So my K2 is in my third house.
Fantastic.
Third house,
communication,
right, is communication. Well, my modality works best for me when communicating with Goetia, making entities. That all has to do with communication.
Absolutely. Especially with K2 being there, because K2 is the occult. It's the abnormal. It's the gothic. It's the underworld. It's the secret. It's like Scorpio to the max, right? So K2 is Scorpio. And you think of Rahu as Taurus. But to the max on both ends, right? So that's what's going on. Communicating with spirits and Goetia, and that makes so much sense. And
Right.
you being gifted at that is not surprising. And then this also shows this is something you carry over from past life. Boom, from other lives. This is not something you haven't done before. You've done this before. So this is a repeat for you.
Right. And I bring that up because in astrology, one thing I'm learning with houses is that they manifest in so many different ways.
Oh God, yes.
So many different ways. So again, remind yourself not to limit yourself. Communication, third house doesn't mean that I have to talk to everyone. My modality might just be talking with spirits or Goetia,
Exactly.
or making my own entities. My communication, the way how to utilize that is not specifically, communicate.
talking,
Okay, let me
yeah.
call someone up on the phone and talk about this. And that's what's going to trigger this genius of mine.
No, it's not limited to something. So it's not basic. It's very in-depth and detailed. So like if someone had Hasta in the third house, you might find someone who knows sign language because it's the hands and then talking. So it's communication could be a number of things. Some people might not even speak, like they could be deaf, but they might be skilled with their hands, and they might be artists and communicate through their art. So communication also has to do with travel and moving place to place. So it's in depth, and it doesn't have to be just so basic, like she's saying, like talking with spirits, entities, Goetia. Communication can be and it's not just communication in the third house. The third house is a long list of things, but it's Gemini. Gemini is what rules the third house normally, even though her sign is something different. Gemini is always still going to rule the third house. So we're going to have the Gemini-esque energies coming from that house, just in her particular brand, which is the planets that are there and the house that it's in, the sign that it's in, and the nakshatra.
Mm-hmm.
I think the important undercurrent that we have here is that an integral source of power is self-analysis,
Yeah.
regardless of which symbol we use to dive deeper into ourselves. That's the power of symbols. When we practice efficient meditation, we practice ana, which is focus, or dhyana, which is attaining a oneness with what we're focusing on, we start to receive information and data and messages from things focused on. So whether it is an aspect of our astrological chart in a particular position, because that's essentially what we're looking at when we study astrology. We're looking at an equation, right? Almost like an algebraic formula. We're looking at X plus Y equals Z. When you notice what sphere you have and what part of the chart down to the degree, that's a specific set of information that we have to analyze and dive deep into. Or whether we're looking at one of the modalities, like what Alora said. And when you really dig into the origin of that, that is Tattwic meditation, right? Like you mentioned, someone whose particular modality might be visual, right? So what Tattwa, what element is represented by sight and vision? Wouldn't that be Agni? So if somebody's particular modality is vision, and they wanted to dig a bit deeper in understanding themselves and how they process reality, it would be very useful to go even deeper than psychology and all the external after sciences by focusing on one of these tattwas, because all of vision is contained within the Agni tattwa, the whole process of seeing. And Tattwa Shuddhi in a few chapters before, she mentioned the Indriyas, the Karmendriya and the Jnanendriya, which is the organ of knowledge or the organ of action. Now, for each one of those, they're contained within the tattwa, meaning the organ of sight and also the thing to be seen are both contained within Agni. Vision, whether it's mundane or vision, whether it's clairvoyant, both have to do with Agni. In other words, just to bring this all back down to the point, at the core of this, concentration is important. Now, what we concentrate on, that's your business. But the important thing is to develop an attention span that's longer than this. Because most people in this world have an attention span about this long, and then they get distracted. They have a thought process this long, and they get distracted. But when we sit down and meditate and concentrate, we expand that thought process. I didn't understand why math or algebra was important in real life in school. I hated that class. But I realize now they make you go through these long processes of working your brain and figuring things out. It's not the math itself that's important to the average student. It's the process of strengthening and lengthening your attention span. If you don't do that, you're not going to get very far in life at all.
Yeah. And then you carry things in with you. And so therefore you may have an intent for something, but all of a sudden that gets convoluted.
What does Dharana Darshan say about a weak mind? A weak mind says it's going to do something, doesn't do it because it gets distracted by something else. That's everybody. That's everybody out here who say, I'm going to become a millionaire. I'm going to play basketball. I'm going to start a business. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. And we get about this far before something distracts us, whether it's something pleasurable or something painful. But we don't have the resilience or the discipline to carry out what we said we were going to do.
And that's
There's
true.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Kristen.
Oh, I was just gonna say, isn't that the truth? just-
Yeah, I've
I
been
was just-
listening.
Oh no, go ahead. I was just gonna say really quick that it's funny you mentioned that, Trav, because I was thinking to myself, because Trav and I, he's been helping me with all kinds of stuff, and we were, hold on, and he and I decided to like have an experiment and see how TikTok went. You know that TikTok thing, and it's blown up, and I keep telling myself, okay, now that it's definitely blown up somewhat, now I have a commitment here. I have to continue forth. People are like interested. What am I doing here? What am I doing? Am I going to go forward with this? Am I going to make it into something? I have to kind of commit. This is something. I know it's just TikTok, but I'm telling you, it's like a full-time job just to keep all the videos up, and people want a good video and don't just give them bull crap. And I find myself the one day was bored with TikTok, and I just gave some crappy videos. I'm like, okay, I can't do that. And I was thinking, I'm like, my attention span, I need to work on that with this because, after so long, things can lose their novelty. And that's something I'm working on right now myself, is like staying in the commitment, in the zone. And because sometimes you got to pull that kind of inspiration out of yourself. So it's just funny you talk about the attention span, because I'm like, a lot of the people that are messaging me, asking me how I did it and how come they're not doing it, I go look on their page and they've got like a few videos. I'm like, do you post every day? No. I'm like, well, you got to start posting every day. I'm like, and do you know your niche? Do you have an idea? Like everyone's like, no, they don't want to do all those things. So,
Right.
And then they want you to give them all these tips and time and stuff, and they don't want to put any of that into it themselves. So I see why people don't make it on there, but it takes, it really does. It takes a lot of attention, a lot. Even when you don't want a video, don't want to post because you're tired or something, you got to post something because the algorithms will not be kind to you. So some things, I feel like TikTok in a strange way is helping me focus, if that makes sense. It's helping me focus because I have a goal, right? I have a goal. I want this to work out. I'm not sure what it's going to look like yet. I'm just doing the first part that Trav says, just to do it, because the answers of how it's going to look comes after. Just start doing it. So that's the first part. So I'm doing it. What do I want it to look like in the future? How do I want this to turn out? It'll show itself. It'll unveil itself. But at this point, it's helping me to be accountable, and to keep focused towards a goal that is definitely pulling much of my focus many parts of the day.
Yeah, that's and like, again, you know, my K2 being in third with communication or whatever, it may not work for everyone, but that's where I'm finding great strength in entities, in creating entities and servitors, because you have to feed them. So you have to stay consistent if you want that energy to remain active. So literally by creating a servitor, what I'm doing is I'm putting my intent and housing it in a specific object as a symbol of that intent. And then I am cultivating that energy by feeding it what my goal is. So I have an entity for my martial arts. My martial arts involves not just movement, but music too. And so for me, and that's how I feed this entity. So what I do is every day I have to play some music to it. I have to do something that is involved with that martial art that I am advancing in. And that within itself is changing my perspective, because now it's developing habits. Now it's developing a habit that actually works towards my goal. So I'm getting that. So for you, like it's TikTok. For me, it's servitors.
You know what's interesting though, that Trav pointed out, there seems to be an entity communicating with me through my TikTok, and Trav knows what I'm talking about. It's it first came to one of those it was that night that I heard that entity. It was on a TV show, but it was really low, and it said my name because I was supposed to be posting something. Remember that story? So,
yeah.
Well, that's not the only time it's done it. So a couple of days later, I was doing research for a video, and it was about a kid that did a shooting, a mass shooting. And not only did it happen the day of my birthday, but the three victims, the one name was Victoria, that's my middle name, and the one that survived was Kristen. I'm
Wow.
like, okay, this is fucking crazy. Like, this is insane. It's something is communicating with me and telling me, yep, post this. Yes, now is the time to make the video. I'm not joking. And when I listen, they blow up. Something is reaching out, so I'm listening.
See, and that's the matter of manipulation that I think that a lot of people kind of miss out. That's your sphere of availability opening. That's what they're talking about when they're saying you can control the environment around you changes. Your sphere of availability literally opens. This is you creating an algorithm, working within that algorithm, and now all of these things that correlate with that algorithm begin to play out in your material realm.
Yep.
That's how that shit works. Like same here. That's how, all of a sudden I have people hitting me up from other places because part of my, I'm using this martial art deity as or entity that I created as an example. Now I have friends who are coming from out of town to visit me all of a sudden, who want to play music with me, or all of a sudden at my work, there's a different environment there where I have more time to be able to focus on my work in this area. All these little coincidences and happenings start to take place. My sphere of availability is now opening up and more opportunities are coming this way. But that wouldn't have happened if I hadn't actualized my intentions.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, talking about the availability, I don't know, it's crazy when things start really opening up and opening up and opening up for you. It's just when you know these things, you know them intellectually. We read about them, we learn about them, we understand them. But then when they manifest and happen, it's still like, wow, this is crazy.
Okay, hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, cool. For me personally, I think going back and doing purifications on the TATTWAs for me was really good, because when I start to do that more often, because reading the book, I've been learning different stages and whatnot. But for me, when I like to go back and purify the TATTWAs, because me by doing that, I realized that I get to be able to go in a flow state more easily. And in that flow state, I feel like you're at a more satwit state. And I feel like when you're at that state, that's what creation, like what you guys were talking about, like maybe the things that you're planning start to manifest in subtle ways. You're like, okay, wow. But to me, I feel like that, like you said, when you intellectualize it, it doesn't really happen. You're like, oh, well, it didn't happen this time. But when I realize when you're just in the state of being, you know, just at that state of awe, happens to me a lot at work. When I'm a cook and I have to go, you know, and I love doing this, like, you know, but when you get in that state of flow, everything seems to line up. And it's just amazing how things work. And what did I have written? Learning how to empower the certain tattvas. Like me, I like to say, like, there's the four elements. And to be able to be like, all right, well, there's a certain situation coming up, or I know I'm heading into certain thing. What element am I going to be, how would I say, invoking, or I would say, like, you know, as an attribute of myself, because there's different ones that, you know, certain times you can't be going in a fiery place being all water.
Yeah.
Right.
You're going to be the one steaming everything down, like, you know. I don't know, I just find it very interesting, you know, applying to certain tattvas in day-to-day life and situations, and being in a flow state at that with the tattwa through meditation, which by doing more meditation on tattwas of what we already talked about increases the flow state. I feel like, for me at least.
I think
Very
you're
interesting
absolutely right.
process.
I think you're absolutely right. And that's what Travis, I think really emphasizes, why he emphasizes really studying the tattvas, studying the purpose of each one so you can utilize it and recognize what it's for. Like you just said, you don't want to be super Raja or something like that when things are trying to be sattva or tamasic. You're not trying to be tamasic when you might need more Raja. It's finding that balance and being able to recognize what elements you can attune yourself to utilize best in that situation. And that's how, yeah, and being in that flow state, that's the kind of what puts you there. That's what makes you an alchemist.
Mm-hmm.
And we notice if we look a little bit further in the chapter that we're on, she talks about how important it is to cultivate dispassion, or what they call vairagya. And of course, they go more into this in the Yoga Sutras of Patanjali. That's where it all came from. But non-attachment is the key to being in that flow state, like you talked about. Most people find themselves extremely externalized and attached to everything, whether it's a concept or a feeling, or simply the notion to run away from pain or run towards pleasure. Everyone's so attached to external things. It's impossible to be in a flow state when you're attached. Just think about it. How do you flow when you're attached?
That's why I love this statement, you guys. It's it is what it is.
It is what it is. Yeah, excellent observation. Vairagya.
So describe again, do you mind describing again Vairagya?
Vairagya.
Vairagya.
Yeah, so basically vairagya is the concept of not being attached to your physical experience. And I don't mean like, this doesn't have anything to do with not caring or not being involved, but just an understanding that all this is temporary. Everything is temporary. Every moment is transient. It comes and it goes. Nothing is permanent whatsoever. So to attach to something as if it were permanent would be setting yourself up to be swept under the illusion of Maya.
That brings us kind of full circle, I feel like, to our original conversation about keeping things in their place.
Yeah, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
There is a time and a place for working as if. In the Yoga Sutras of Patanjali, he says that the yogi or the sage can engage in any type of behavior, because no activity or behavior in itself is impure. But what causes impurity is our attachment to the thing. Just like there's no such thing as good or evil, because that's all dependent, that's all relative on a person's perspective. But your perspective is primarily the things you attach to, mostly emotional.
Right. And a lot of those things you attach to, or you have, as David Schneider brings up, a lot of the attachments that we have, or a lot of the holdups that we have, develop between the ages of 0 and 7 years old. So those are the parts of your life that you might want to analyze to see where the roots of your attachments might take place. And it could be something silly. It could be something like, like I went on to a talent show when I was like 6, and I made up a song right on the spot because I thought that was great, and I did not receive a standing ovation.
Oh, that's true.
Like, all right, so now I have stage fright. Now, obviously not talking, but when it comes to singing or performing, I've had to really push myself out there because of that one experience when I was a kid. So there are, so we have to take a look at our emotional attachments, I think, from those points in our lives, and kind of see where were we at with those stages. How was our support level? What was the culture that we developed ourselves in? What did that look like? And then we can get a better view of our emotional attachments, and why we might be wanting to bring some things in with us that may not fit every circumstance or every situation, especially when it comes to self-actualization, and especially when it comes to utilizing tattwas.
And it's funny too, because I think Snyder talks about taking those same things that were traumatic and replacing them with new concepts, models. So when they come back up, they're replaced with the old one, which is really hard to do, I feel like, or like the processes in it. But to take those models and replace them with new ones. So when it does come up, like, wow, it's a different experience.
Absolutely. That's the real, that's a very powerful act of transmutation, right? That's shifting something from having control over you to being in control of it, quote unquote.
Mm-hmm.
Like how Bobby Hemming used to say, sorry,
no, go ahead.
This is funny, but remember he used to always say, it took a lot of people along, well, some people probably don't understand, but when he used to say he should drink, he ran out of, what was it he used to take, the gold seal, and he drank peach soda to heal himself. But that was a form of mental alchemy, you could say.
No different from any of us taking any symbol and believing that it's going to do something, tapping into the essence of that symbol, focusing on that symbol, using it as a point of change. What did Atlas say? If I could find this one point at the center of the universe, I could move the world, or something of that nature. But basically, when we look at these sigils and these symbols, whether it's peach soda or Dantalion from the Goetia or one of the Tattwas, when we find that center, we can use that center as a foundation to move everything else. Peach soda or Alka-Seltzer. The key is that.
So don't let that be an excuse.
The key is the focus. It's not the peach soda itself, right?
Right.
It's not the goetic spirits that did it. It's not Rahu that did it. It's the fact that you're able to use this focal point and get to the essence of it. Get past the surface. Get past the objective thing that you're looking at and analyzing. Because like I said previously, the objective reality doesn't exist. It's only within time and space. From the outside looking in, when you're underneath the ocean that doesn't move and you're looking up at the surface, those waves come and go. But when you go deep into that ocean, you find the truth. You find what doesn't ever move, what has never moved and will never move. You find substance. You can break into substance through any symbol. Doesn't matter. Why? Because everything comes out of that substance. Everything. Whether it's a turd in the toilet or whether it's, one of these. That's why she says also nothing is in itself is impure. No action or no object, because they all originate from the same place. The all is in everything. But the process of magic is us actually crossing that barrier, that threshold from the objective reality to the subjective reality. That's the process of magic, crossing over and coming back, right? Because if you really want to get extremely deep with it, because it's so awesome. The more that I study, I keep finding more and more information. But every moment, we're shifting back and forth between the two, right? If you look at a video clip, right, it looks like it's just a stream of visuals, but in truth, you're seeing one frame, then another frame, then another frame, then another frame. Reality is like that. We're constantly bouncing back and forth between the objective and the subjective realm so fast that we don't even realize it. We don't even have the equipment to detect it. Now, the thing is, we exist in both places, but this whole process of magic is us sitting still and understanding, okay, how do I correlate this with that? Even science and quantum physics will tell you, you got these atoms that are constantly blinking in and out of existence, right? Right? They tell you that. And it's going to take a PhD person for you to believe it, some of y'all. But they co-sign everything in this book. They co-sign everything in the Rig Veda. They co-sign everything in the Bhagavad Gita. We're constantly bouncing back and forth in between the objective and the subjective reality. So when we use a symbol or a sigil to tap into it, what are we tapping into? We're going into that subjective realm. And we're bringing back information from the source of all information, whether it's peach soda, whether it's whatever.
Right. And that's where being magicians or divine scientists, whatever you want to call it, that's how we have to, part of that giant responsibility is being able to balance those two realms. Once we're aware of it, how do we balance it? I think that's why there's always a warning, when entering into these realms. Like I think I read in Kundalini Tantra, they were like giving a warning about awakening the Kundalini because some people can't come back from the subjective. They then cannot differentiate. And so all of a sudden you have these extreme mental breakdowns because they went in too fast, or they couldn't integrate what they got from subjective into objective, and then they couldn't differentiate. And next thing you know, they didn't know where their place was. And so now they're lost. So it's a great responsibility, I feel, when going into these realms of being able to recognize how they're connected, but also being able to balance the two, to live in harmony with the two, to be able to differentiate between the two. So you're able to take information from subjective and put that into the objective. Because getting into this process, there is no going back. Once you learn something, there is no unlearning. Once you see past this part of the veil, there is no, okay, put it back up now. There is none of that. There is only what you are now processing. And there are multiple layers to that process that you're going to go through. So like one thing that I'm learning, and I'm such a talker and it's really hard for me to do this, but I'm now having to pull back a lot of what I'm getting from the subjective realm, and being very careful with who I share that with, because people are like, what the fuck is she on? when I talk about it, because they have their attachments from this objective realm. They have their attachments, they have their reality, they have their viewpoints of what reality is. And my viewpoints are forever changed. So sometimes when I have to filter my information, be very careful with who I interact with and how I interact with them. I have to be more aware of how I'm interacting with people, because I can't unlearn the things that I've learned along this process. So, even with the meditation, people are astounded that you can do like 1.5 hours, 2 hours. For me, it's child's play now. it's like, oh, well, this is great, you know, and I can feel this cleansing, and my visualizations are stronger. My focus is so much better, and I'm aware when I'm losing focus, you know. There's a lot of self-actualization going on, and I can't communicate that with people, even on that level. A lot of people can't really take that. They're still looking for those guided meditations where they have the third eye looking out. They are not ready. They can't comprehend necessarily how I'm presenting my experiences or the information or my views of meditation at this point. And so it's my responsibility to recognize that and to let that be, to let their process be, and to allow mine to be its own. So I think there are a couple of great responsibilities that we have when going down this path, that we have to take into account, especially when going in between the objective and subjective realms, and bringing back from subjective into the objective.
Yeah. So you said the key word there was integration. They have trouble integrating, because that's the whole thing. Because remember, this process is already happening with or without our consent. Really, our consent has nothing to do with it. Right?
Yeah.
This is happening with all of manifested reality. Now, the thing is, when in the beginning I talked about quality and quantity of consciousness, how a person with a high quality of consciousness has more options, more responses to external stimulus. So even though this is happening to everyone and everything, most people don't have the capacity, number one, to detect it, to realize it, to express it. Because there's people who have these experiences, but they can't articulate it. They don't have the words for it. They don't have the concepts for it. So this is why study is so important, because when you study, you begin to see, okay, other people have gone through what I've gone through. Other people have been able to break down the things that I'm experiencing. Oh, there's words for this. Oh, there's labels that I can use to express this. Oh, it relates to this other thing. We have different ways to organize it in our mind so that it makes sense to the conscious mind. It doesn't have to make sense to the conscious mind, but for where we are in this day and time, communicating with each other, we've got to be able to communicate clearly in order for understanding to happen. But this is why study is so important, so that we can expand the quality of our consciousness by having more responses and more articulation. This is how we can have a better quality of that quantity. So in like what he was saying in Kundalini Tantra with the warnings, if a person doesn't have a guru or a guide or some way to organize this reception of data, how else will an average person take it but to go crazy? You go crazy because you can't express what's going on, and you have nobody to express it to who will understand.
They also mentioned too that a lot of people try to rush into it. Can't rush into these things. That's where like hallucinogens and all this kind of stuff, they're fantastic. But if you're doing these really advanced practices before you start with your basics, you're going to get the downloads. But if you don't have a guru, and on top of that, you're not, or a guide, right? If you don't have someone who's kind of who understands what you're saying, like you were just saying, or who kind of slows your roll, you're going to be getting a bunch of information and not know what to do with it.
Right.
Download the game, but if your graphics processor can't keep up, it's useless.
Yeah.
So you're gonna have to go back and upgrade yourself in some sense in order to really understand and compute and comprehend whatever the download was meant to be.
Yeah. For a long time, I would not know. I wouldn't remember downloads, or I would try to manifest them in another way that seemed more appropriate instead of allowing them to just come in. I didn't know how to receive the information literally.
All right.
That'll leave you thinking that you're a star seed and that you got, and spaceship Earth is going to take off and there's going to be this whole draconian war and all this crazy ass shit, because You don't know how to download the information. You don't know how to receive it. You don't know how to interpret it.
This is an age-old thing too. Like we think it's new, but even Deion Fortune was talking about this. People reaching, like, say, the Tiferet level and receiving all this Christ consciousness information, but you don't have a good way to articulate it. So what do you go off doing? I'm Jesus. I've come back to save y'all.
Mm-hmm.
Or even worse, Jesus is coming, y'all. He's coming soon. We got to do this. We got to get ready. We got to prepare. We got to save the world, or we got to go to war with these people. Not understanding that these concepts are universal, they're eternal, and they're timeless. You are the Christ that's coming back. When you reach that level and you receive that information, that applies to your direct experience in your life right now. It's not for everybody. Yeah, Jesus is coming back. He's not coming back for everybody at the same time. He's coming back when you're ready to, you know what I'm saying? It's a symbol for an energy, for a data set. It's a symbol that represents a collection of information. And when you tap into it, if you don't have a way to take that information and translate it into your reality, it at best it's useless, at worst is harmful, because you go off doing some things that you would be better off not doing. Pleiadian star seeds. Nothing is true. Everything's permitted, right? Because even the Pleiadians and the reptilians and the clones and all that stuff, even those are just symbols. You can make those work. But most people are taking this stuff literally, and that's where we have the problem. People are trying to go to Tiferet. It's not a place. It's a state of consciousness. It's a collection of data. People are getting upset because they didn't see the demon when they did the ritual. You're not supposed to see the demon. It's a collection of information. How do you see information? Right? When you're doing math, have you ever seen 4? No, but you have a representation of 4. So when you do these rituals, you're not going to see a horned, fanged creature with wings and teeth and a million heads. It's going to express itself through your environment, through whatever means necessary, because it's a collection of data. Without that understanding, it's easy to get carried away in nonsense.
Question. If you say, just hypothetically, if you do collect enough data, could you get a vision?
Absolutely.
Enough data on your topic, to be able to form something.
Could you say that last part again?
Enough data on a topic, or like what you were talking about, as in if somebody was trying to view something, if they had enough data on it, they would be able to imagine it in their mind.
Absolutely. A year ago, I didn't know who Prana Shakti was, but every time I do the process, the meditation of TATTWA SHUDDHI, I have an experience with Prana Shakti, and she communicates with me. She delivers information that I'm not thinking of, right? It's not like we're playing with toys and I'm like, oh, how are you? I'm doing well. It's not like that. I'm there in the presence of something that isn't me, and there's information being communicated. And then I come back, right, into my objective experience, and I'm able to utilize that information. I'm able to use that information. So it's not just, oh, I had a vision that the Pleiadians there's this information or distant, like, that's useless information. I can't do anything with it. But when you do set up your mind in such a way that you're able to receive this information, you can go to these realms, bring back information, and use it in your daily life. That makes all the difference.
Which sort of cements more into my mind that this is all a dream.
See, I was like bringing the words right out of my head, because I have these very.
Oh, you cut out.
Yeah, somebody just called me. My bad.
Okay.
Because I don't know, I've been doing this for years. Like, my imagination game is beyond since I was a little kid. Always been out. You ever meet an old person and they're like, "Oh, I remember you. You had a really good." Always been that kid. Even I get into it this day. So it's always been like that. I have countless of stories that it's just weird at this point, especially now after studying all this stuff. So now there's just be times where I just, relaxing before work, and I go into I've trained myself to be, I guess you call it daydreaming. Now, as I was listening to you guys talk, I guess it's a great daydreaming.
Mm-hmm.
I don't necessarily want to call it, because like we say, it's not. It's a different type of meditation, I guess. I'm not sleeping. I'm consciously awake. I can hear everything. I can hear the cars going around me, and visions. I don't know what it be, but shit, I just be seeing, and it's like, cause I know my mind is a very imaginative mind, and it can go. Okay, and it just goes and does what it wants. But like you're saying, I go to that state and then try to at least be able to go and like, well, okay, and I have a little book, and I try to recall what these daydreams are, because they just happen like when I'm at a really, I guess it's very interesting. What Kristen was saying, like probably what the times where I'm breathing out my nose, both nostrils, because I'm like at that time, wow, interesting.
Well, another thing to remember too is the culture that we're raised in. We're not quite sure how to handle this. In Aboriginal culture, when someone enters into a conversation, they'll ask first, are we talking as far of conscious dream or unconscious dreaming? Are we in which state of dream are we in? So then they understand the context of what the conversation is about. That's immediately what they ask when entering in a conversation, because for them, everything is the dream time. So our perception of reality, we call it daydreaming. But then what else is this? But then what is this right here? Are our minds not imagining scenarios as we're speaking to each other right now? Are we not creating circumstances and matter is forming around us every second that we are conversing? Or what makes this any different from a daydream? Is it that the things in our minds are just more elaborate? Like in my head, when I'm off on my own, I'm just imagining myself as a superhero or something like that. Oh, that's what makes it a dream. But what's to say that this right here also isn't that? Am I not also imagining a whole bunch of shit right now?
And that's the beautiful part, what you said earlier, bringing that, instead of looking at it outwards, bringing it from inwards outwards. Oh, love it every day. Because once you can do that, shit, you got the world in your hands.
Literally, you got the world inside of you.
Shit, go ahead, girl.
It's true. And this is how
it's an amazing process. Go ahead.
This is how we experience life. There are times like this where we feel in control, we feel empowered, we feel like we are on top of the world, right? We own this. I got my imagination. I'm able to see, I'm able to understand, I'm able to do. We capture this moment, right? Do you know that you can feel like this all the time? Right? Because there's this right here, and then there's going to work, right? Or going to school, or being with your parents, living under the parents' house, or doing something that you don't want to do, and you don't feel this way in those times. You feel like somebody else has control over you. You feel like somebody else is dictating your reality. You feel like somebody else is calling the shots. That little section, that little portion of reality, that is also part of the illusion, but you're literally giving it up for someone else to have control over you. You don't have to do that. You don't have to do that. You can even use this process of spirituality, of TATTWA, SHUDDHI, of ritual, of anything, to come to the understanding that even in this moment here, it's still a dream. These are all still symbols that you're using to evoke a certain essence out of you. So if this is what I did when I was working with the Goetia, right? I did not like my job, but I found different ways. From working with the Goetic Kings, I learned to channel spirits through the people in my environment. So I'd go to work and I'd understand that the position of my boss was the solar entity. So whatever my boss was saying to me, I interpreted it as if this is data, a communication from the solar sphere. And I began to look at people in my life like this. I began to fit everybody into, I related everyone to a particular sphere on the tree of life or with a specific spirit. And I began to understand that these aren't people talking to me. Everyone is in their own heads with their own conversations with themselves. So when other people are communicating with me, I'm understanding that these are representations of cosmic forces. And then from going through that for a couple months, that naturally pushed me across the oath of the abyss, understanding that all of reality is just a conversation between you and the divine. Then eventually you realize that this is just you who is divine. But until you get to that point, you put life in this separated view of me versus the world, me versus them. Oh, I don't like living in my parents' house. Oh, I hate this job. Oh, I don't want to have to go to school, or oh, this, that, or third. This is all you. When you realize it that way, it becomes so much easier to change things, right? When you feel like your boss is against you and this race of people is against you and cops are against me and all this stuff, you're not in control. You're a victim now. You're a victim of reality. You think that they're out to get me and they're out to do this. But when you start using this imagination, because like we're saying here, you got the subjective realm and the objective realm. The glue in between is imagination. Now you can watch the news and listen to what they say, and they can hijack your information and you can allow their interpretations of reality be yours, right? They're telling you what to believe. They're telling you what to think of certain people, certain groups of people. And if you accept that, you are now programmed to accept reality in the way that somebody else has dictated. But when you begin to understand these systems, like the Kabbalistic system, like the TATTWA system, or any real magical system, you learn that every person is only a representation of an energy. You learn that everything is a representation of energy. That's why when you go into your dreams and you say, oh, I saw an elephant. Oh, I saw it was raining, right? Oh, the sun was out. All these are just symbols that represent meanings, that represent data. Real life is like that too. That's why
You're astral traveling.
You know, when we say like, oh, I had a coincidence, or oh, this is a synchronicity. Why do you think that keeps happening? Oh, I keep seeing 11:11 every day, twice a day now. Shit, sometimes 5 times a day. Why do you think this is happening? Because a part of you is starting to understand that all this is just a symbolic communication. And the sooner you come to understand that, the sooner you're able to drive this ship.
Yeah. The more when you're able to recognize where you are, you're able to navigate the dream space, conscious and unconscious, objective and subjective. Know where you are and know what's happening to you. It's awakening within the dream. Awaken yourself within this dream of reality.
Of relative reality.
Yeah.
That's the thing again. Like I said in the beginning also, we've got absolute reality and we've got relative reality. Absolute reality, it doesn't change. It's beyond the realm of change. Listen to me, it's beyond the realm of change. It is isness. It cannot be described. There's no descriptive quality to it because descriptive quality is within the realm of change. So in this relative reality, it's malleable. It is nothing but change. Who determines the change? You do.
You.
It's so
Isn't that
simple.
amazing?
So
It
simple.
is. One just has to be willing to wake up.
That's what all this is about. That's what all the spirituality and magic and meditation and all these processes is all about. Coming into the understanding that you are in control, even when you don't think you are. When you think you're a victim, all you are is just following someone else's directives. That's it. When you're out here marching with your little signs and trying to demand for laws to change and all this extra stuff, that's not you. You're doing what somebody else told you to do, but you're choosing to do that. You can also choose to do something else.
Right. That's like a circumstance that you're choosing to play out. It's like when you're in a dream, like I've had dreams where like there's a parade happening and I decide to join the parade. I just go along with the parade. I do the same thing in waking life, in waking reality. If there's a parade happening, I have a choice to go and be a part of that circumstance or to not, and to explore a different part. But it's all the same. It's all going to happen no matter what. That's why with different people, I think when we're saying look at someone as you, it's an internal dialogue. It's not saying that those people don't exist. They just don't appear as they exist. They don't appear that way. They are something other than they appear. There you go. That's what I was looking for. So they may be having a conversation with you, like Travis was saying, but the reality is that it's a conversation with themselves. It is a total mirrorverse. It is a total internal dialogue. And it is our choice to join within their situation or this circumstance, or to not. Magic is about awakening and realizing your potential within that, and realizing your sphere of availability.
Look at how all this information adds to it. So nothing is like random or just for no reason. Like from Ophiel all the way up here to Durana Darshan, like all this stuff, it matters. In the chat here, Framestar Film says, like in lucid dreaming, become aware that you're dreaming and are able to dictate the dream. So in this sense, we can become aware enough to wake up from the reality that is dictated to you. Exactly.
Precisely.
Same science. Same science.
Precisely. The only difference really in subjective realm is that, like Travis was saying, our ideas or our attachments are not the same. So like our subjective or objective reality is different in the subjective. It doesn't belong there. So things are going to translate differently. So we have to have a different mode of navigating around there, or a different state of awareness when we're in this other realm. This one we feel more comfortable in, but we're just attuned to it. We're just used to learning how to deal within this realm. But there's this other realm that still exists at that same time, that always has existed. We're just learning now how to gain access of that awareness within that realm. That's why everyone's like, oh, in my dream, this happened, and they freak out. Yeah. But if it happened in real life, people would be like, yeah, man, this shit happened. Woo! They would deal with it differently because we're more familiar with this. Our culture teaches us to be familiar with this objective realm and to be unfamiliar with the subjective realm.
That's a really good point, because I keep some popping in my head, so I'm gonna say it. It's different, but it can apply to the same thing. And it's one of my favorite books. What was it? Robert Hillman, Dreams and Unconscious. And they talk about in that book. This is talks about Christianity, and it talks about how in the Western culture they don't have a way to teach people how to understand it, versus in every other culture, we got they have what's the word, a heritage thing they do inside their own culture to represent the dead. And they said that's why in the Western culture, when somebody died, it's so, oh wow, I don't know how to perceive anything. But that goes along with our dreams, our health, and so are the things that we don't learn throughout our, like you said, go back to our first 1 through 7 years that are going to put us on the right trajectory. And that's why I find like this information so good, because now that I know it, you can teach people, or we're able to elaborate certain things. Because if nobody knows this, then they'll just be they'd be in the matrix the whole life.
Yeah, yes. You said a good point there also about the death thing. Like, if people only understood that death is not something to be mournful about, that death is freedom, death is liberation. Like,
I'm gonna go get the book.
They're going. If we understood that, like other cultures before us understood that, we wouldn't be mourning and all sad and doing all the stuff that we do when people die. We'd be celebrating, right? And
yeah.
I think that people might be a bit more hesitant to, murder as if it were the worst thing possible.
Our laws would certainly be different. Actually, if you do research on pre-colonized America, they didn't even have prison systems. They didn't have police forces or anything like that, because the culture was not, the culture and the way how people lived was so community based, not based off individualism. So a lot of our needs and our laws would have been entirely different. I mean, and again, that's where we have to think about that 0 through 7 age. What culture do we grow up in? Where are the fundamentals of our belief systems, especially in navigating this conscious stream? How are we taught how are we brainwashed into thinking how this reality, this form of the dream works? How have we been taught to navigate it?
And that's I had to come back. I have like I've been in the process of moving, and I have thousands of books and boxes, so I gotta find them. So it's funny. I love like looking at them now. But that is I got lost my track. But it's very interesting though, because getting back into, that's what I was gonna say, deprogramming yourself. That's like doing the first thing. They said forget everything you know and to be able to relearn. You know, what is it? And I love reggae music and reggae culture. They always say, what does Bob Marley say? Never think you know everything, because once you do, you find out there's more stuff to know. You know, like you said, we thought we knew everything when we was reading the Kabbalion. Then we find this Vedic stuff. Pretty sure there's something after this too.
Well, think about it, right? What is the process? What is, when we talk about God or Purusha or Shiva and Shakti and all of that, what are they really? Are they actual forms, or are they processes? It's a process. So our information and our growth is always going to be a process. Every lifetime we live, as we play out our karma, is a process. We are a part of the process. This is like a very well-oiled machine. We're just a gear in this machine. Maybe not even a gear yet. We're like a screw. But all the information that will come to us will always come to us in a process. Maybe right now, or that's why like everything relates to each other, because it's a process of unfolding the very same thing. It doesn't mean the machine has changed. It doesn't mean that change actually really exists. It's just the way of how it's being presented. That's what molds. That's the process that we tap into, but it's always going. So there's going to be something after this, and there's going to be something before this always, but it's always going to be describing the same thing, because it's the same machine. It's the same process. It's just a different part of the gear. It's just a different screw. It's just a different now we're looking at the metal of the bike instead of the tire. I think that's how the information gets. That's why we're like seeing all these correspondences, like, oh my God, I'm reading the Necronomicon, right? And that book has references to Feng Shui, of how to awaken the sleeping dragon below the earth. The sleeping dragon is the very essence of masculine and feminine, direction and action. It relates to gender. What did we just read about in Kabbalion? Gender, the masculine and feminine. What does it say in TATTWA, SHUDDHI, and all these kinds of things, right? We have the gunas, we have the elements. It's always the same tools. It's always the same correspondences, but they're used in different ways to reach different processes. So no matter what we study, we're going to come to just a process, just another level, to just another layer.
To me, I feel like this is sort of precisely a lot of the logic in which the tarot flows from, right? I think it's yeah, really interesting to think about yeah, starting with the Fool is also the Fool is also the end of the journey too, right? After you go through like the major arcana or whatnot, if you think of it as like a sort of journey, right, you end up, you know, getting to the world, but then you're just right back there at the beginning. You have like sort of new understandings and different tools, but ultimately it's sort of, yeah, always pointing towards the same thing over and over again, right? And with the tarot too, I think it's also interesting to think about how at every stage and every moment along the journey, you have all of the other sort of like cards present at a time, but the way you temper them, right, the way that they are mixed in particular instances is going to produce different types of results, right? The way you combine,
Yes.
you know, the cards together to produce magician energy is going to be different than hermit, even though all things are present at once. How they present is going to yeah, going to depend on the situation, right? But you, and if we also think about your when you're talking about little screws, right? The tarot too is made up of all of these like tiny little pieces that ultimately are one cohesive machine together, right? Just as we can think of the tarot as being like split up into like the 5 different levels, right? Your 4 minor arcana and your journey through the major arcana. They may seem like discrete and segmented when we zoom in and look at particular points, but ultimately this is like one organism. It's one thing, right? It's one deck of cards that flows together, and we, as you know, magicians in a dual sense, in this sort of card analogy, are meant to like sling them in different ways and to produce different affects depending on on yeah, what type of energy is being called forth for in the moment. But yeah, I feel like a lot of what you were saying, Laura, is that how it
Yes.
your name is? Yeah, just I don't know, super reminding me of that. But then again, I just always have tarot on the mind, so it's almost
No, that's amazing. That was an amazing breakdown. Yes, that is fantastic breakdown of essentially the patterns of Prakriti that we're living out, the patterns that we're living out. And that's why too, when attachment comes into it, right? That's why they say everything is temporary because everything's always changing. Doesn't mean it no longer exists. What is existence? There is manifest and unmanifest. Doesn't mean that existence ceases to be. It's always a process of manifestation. It's always a process. It's always changing. It's a changing pattern, an ever changing pattern.
that reminds me of I I guess I like to sort of like look at things on online. If you look at like hyper cubes or something, it's like 4-dimensional objects, but it works with like a 3D cube too, right? Depending on the orientation that you are looking at it from, you can either, you know, see it where all you see is like one face of the cube, right? And it looks like a 2-dimensional object. But if you like turn it just slightly, then you all of a sudden like have like 2 different squares. It's not that, you know, all the other squares aren't there. It's that from your perspective in that particular moment in your dimension, that is what you, that is the slice of reality that you are experiencing, right? If you take those 2 sides and tilt it up a little bit, then like you get a much more complete picture in a way of what's going on. But yeah, nothing else is gone necessarily at that moment. You are just having your own particular take on experiencing that sort of object. And I think that ties with the sort of what were the yantras, right? Or were the
Mm-hmm.
sort of like mathematical and geometrical shapes in which to like just think about the continuity and endless cycles of circles, or you know the sort of like trinity of triangles, and like how these all sort of manifest and relate to each other. But yeah, sorry, I feel like I'm just rambling on now. But
No, I love it. I love it. What you said reminded me of a story. I'm about to feed my martial arts entity right now. But you're reminding me of a story of an Orisha. And so this Orisha, he is known as the trickster. And so they call him Papa Legba. That's one of his names. And so uh, one day there are these two farmers and they see this man, right? It's Legba. And they're generally very good friends and they're next door neighbors, and they're both working in their separate farms at this point in time. And Papa Legba walks past and they see this man, and as he walks past, they're like, oh, that's interesting, he changed. And so they go and meet together afterwards and they talk about him. And one of the neighbors is like, yeah, did you see his black hat? That was a really interesting hat. And the neighbor's like, what are you talking about? His hat was red. And they both start getting into an argument. And so the next day they're like, no, man, your memory's off. And the other guy's like, no, your memory's off. So the next day, same man passes and they don't. And again, they get into an argument about the color of this man's hat because they're seeing two different colors, but on the same guide. So they're like, what the hell? Like, your memory's off. And so they start getting into all of their angry attachments, their childhood traumas come up. And next thing you know, they're all about to beat each other up. And then all of a sudden they look down the road and they see Papa Legba and he's wearing his hat. And one side of the hat is black and the other side of the hat is red.
Mm.
So you reminded me of that when you brought up the cube, where we may only see one square when we look at it from one perspective. When we look at it another, we see two squares. But it's still it's an actual cube though. Doesn't mean that the other squares don't exist.
I think that's an interesting way maybe to think about too, this just a way to conceptualize something that I think we sort of can struggle with, at least if these concepts are approached as like as intellectual endeavors, right? I think when they are experienced or like felt on more of a like spiritual or emotional level, it makes more sense. But right, trying to reconcile difference, right, or opposites, your Shiva energy with your Shakti, right? These are emanations of the same of the same kind of energy in a way, right? One consciousness, one of energy, one yoni, and one oh no, I don't remember the phallic word that's used here in particular, but right, these and we like to see them as one being in and one being out, but like a sort of yin and yang symbol, right? These are really just emanations and reflections of each other. In the yin and yang, you have the seed of darkness that is planted in the light, right? That's kind of like where it comes from and where it starts. And as the darkness sort of grows bigger and deeper, that's actually where you have the seed of light planted too. So it's this constant like crossing over and into each other constantly, in which from our sort of like 3D world perspective, from here we cannot reconcile opposites as coexisting together and as one thing. But I think what we're invited to do here in this process is to go beyond that sort of rationalization into I don't know if understanding is the right word, but experiencing or feeling beyond that, and really trying to just feel what it is to to understand what both of these energies are when they are in unity, even though they may present to us as opposites. I don't know if it made any sense at all.
That did. It's to incorporate, essentially, to incorporate all these energies into one instead of seeing it as that one-sided. To feel and experience that. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Again, that touches back on the unattachment aspect. That's why they say be unattached. They don't say leave your wife, leave your kids, leave your dog. They're not saying that. Saying leave them in their respective places.
Right.
Understand that there's more to you.
And the reason that you're bringing up a lot of how these things relate to each other, right? Whether it's tarot or Kabbalah or anything. And the reason that they relate to each other is because they all have a common source, a common origin. Even tarot comes out of the Tattwas, right? Astrology is founded on this. Everything, all, spiritual science in general, you're going to be hard pressed to find its origin beyond the Vedic science. Now,
Yeah.
I've been looking a lot into the Tattwas lately. Like my last big excursion was into mantras, and a lot of us here, we're here for that. We all found nice mantras that enhanced our lives. And right now, I'm seeing the same thing happen with these Tattwas. I'm digging in really deep, and I'm finding it everywhere. I got a lot of books on the tantras, on the Tattwas, and I'm even seeing it pop up in places that I've been looking for the past couple of years. I noticed in the Golden Dawn book, there's actually a whole section dedicated to the breakdown of Tattwas and how each of the tarot cards is a different combination of one of the Tattwas.
Mm.
Each of the astrological signs is a combination of one of the Tattwas. So really, these are all just symbolic expressions of a specific formula of energy. If each Tattwa represents a, what's the word in math? Some type of
Algorithm?
a constant thing. It represents a node, Anyways, it represents a thing. Like fire is a thing. The earth is a thing. The water is a thing. But each one of the tarot cards and the astrological signs and everything like that are combinations of those variables. That's the word. So every magical symbol is a combination of different elemental variables. These are the elements, the elemental variables of all of magic. Going through all the different magical subjects I've been through, there's a reason why I'm here and I'm talking about this so much, because this is literally the foundation of all of magic, right? Not necessarily this book in particular, but what she's speaking about in this book. That's why it all connects. That's why tarot and astrology and Kabbalah and even Goetia and everything, it all connects. And this is the foundational connection point. So if we go in and understand this and find this within ourselves, we become what the tarot cards are. We become what all the astrological signs, we become the tree of life. We already are those things.
Yeah.
But we don't have a conceptual understanding of what that means. Studying this gives us a conceptual understanding of what it means to be God, of what it means to be the tree of life, what it means to be the cards, to be the spirit, to be, to be a oneness. We're studying ourself. All of this is studying self. And it's a beautiful thing to know that and to experience that.
Yeah, that's and I think you touched on you're dropping a lot of gems, Trav, but yeah, that's one of those things too. Like I revisited a guided meditation. I can't go back to regular guided meditations ever again. Like I just know too much now.
Right.
And I tried the other night, and one of the things that I noticed was that they were like, imagine this bright light coming down onto you from your crown chakra going down. I was like, oh my God, that's Akasha. Like,
Yeah.
you're
Like that
utilizing
Leonardo
Akasha
DiCaprio
right now.
Like the Leonardo DiCaprio meme where he's pointing at the TV like, I know that one.
Yeah. Yeah,
That's
exactly.
Cather.
Exactly. So,
That's Biddy.
even in your most basic meditations, they're using these tattwas to connect to you. But the thing is that you're unconsciously connecting to it. So you're unaware of the process that's happening, which is why a lot of people do these guided meditations for money or for self-enlightenment or whatever, and aren't seeing results. Because again, they're downloading information, but they're unaware of the process. They're unaware of how that's going to play out, or of the elements that they are even utilizing. So they're literally taking an auto-generated expression, algorithmic expression, and utilizing it for a specific intent that may not even be that specific, or they may not even know like how to relate this to that. They just know if I try this is going to work out, but they're not aware of the powers of Akasha. They're not aware of that Akasha isn't just it, that there's actually more. There's the cause, then there's Mahat, then there's Prakriti, and then there's Purusha, then there's the egg. And so there's all these different elements to these practices that are constantly being utilized against you or for you. It's just a matter of, are you recognizing what those elements are and implementing them into your process? That will give you the immediate results that you're asking for. And even the immediate results are going to be slow and unraveling, at least what I find. It's quick the more aware I become, but it's still an unraveling process. It's not like I wake up tomorrow and I'm a millionaire. No, there's a unraveling.
Yeah.
So I always had going back to the TATTWAs and the 4 elements, since we're on this physical plane, the elements mix and whatnot, and they have combinations with themselves. So I find like that's going to be my next journey, because I like to take it to the next and start combining, because the TATTWAs are foundational and primordial in their own self. But, when water mixes with fire, they have different attributes to itself. That's when I brought up earlier. You could be a water in a fiery situation, though. It's very necessary sometimes.
Yes. Well, and that's where you throw in a little bit of earth.
Yep. Or rather to say, it has a place. Everything has a place, right?
Yeah.
There is a place for fire and water. If the result is steam, there is definitely a place for that.
Yeah.
It's not about good or bad, because there's just elements. Fire is necessary, earth is necessary, fire and earth is necessary, right? Because that creates something.
So I was leading towards more like being the true the alchemist in your own life, because when you step into places, you are your own light, you are. That's why I feel like, I am me who I am. So when I walk into, and everybody knows what I know, so I can be a positive influence, For example, I might go to work, like I said, I work in the cooking industry. It's very, interesting, because now everybody's in a positive mood. You can be a positive sign and be the alchemist, and because it's all elements. You can walk into it, could be a cool day, everybody's chilling, or any situation. I'm just using work for the example, though,
Right.
And to be able to go in there and use the elements and to influence, to be a light in a situation. Because if it is super fiery and what's the word, tamasic in a situation, you want to make the situation, it could be a sapwood fiery, but you want to be able to manipulate it to have the best outcome of all situations, that kind of.
Yeah. So one thing that I've learned is recognizing what you own, what you are, what you dominantly utilize as your automatic. So me automatically, I'm Raja, very fiery, and not very much tamasic. And I have to, actually Raja and tamasic, but I got to work to cultivate my sattvic nature. So what I find is that when I work on finding my own balance, regardless of the situation, but my own balance, I then influence the outside and the outside situation. The outside situation balances itself out, because there's never a negative of these elements. There's never a negative. There's never without. They're all in every situation. All of these elements are there. All of them are playing out. It's just a matter of where are we in that process? Am I demonstrating Raja as well in this fiery environment? Am I overdoing it? Am I being a bit too tamasic? Maybe. Maybe I need to balance out my own elements. And with that, the situation itself will change around me. But I'm not going to be basing my balance off of the outside circumstance. Again, that's looking externally.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Going to flow state almost.
Yeah, you want to reach the flow state.
Yes.
Shift that happens when you change, right? For the most part, people are reactive. They're basing what they do on their environment. They're choosing to be reactive. They're choosing to base all their actions on what other people do, what other people say. But there's a shift that happens when you flip that around and you decide what's going to happen, regardless of what anyone else does or what else happens, right? I cannot live any other way. It doesn't matter what anyone else does or says. I'm going to do what I'm going to do because I set my mind to it, right? That no one's going to talk me out of it or this, that, or third. My brother was telling me when he passed by, he's like, remember to tell them the story about the coronavirus thing. Well, he was telling me that, and I was proud of him, because he hasn't always been like this. But the other day he was talking with an older friend of his. This is a much older gentleman. And he's basically asked my brother, did you get the vaccine? I was like, no, I didn't get the vaccine. Well, why not? You need to get it or else you might get sick. I was like, no, I'm fine. No, you never know. It could da 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 da. I was like, well, I'm pretty healthy. I eat right. I don't really go out much. I take care of this, that, and the third. And I just chose not to get it. Well, what if you're out in public and you breathe it in? Like, that's not how well, basically he was just trying to throw all these different excuses at him. Like, well, you got to get it. What if? Well, what if? And my brother's like, well, that's not how I see it. Like, that's not going to happen. I'm just fine. Right. But basically he stood his ground. He didn't let some guy with his fear-based ideas influence his solidarity, his sturdiness, where he was. He made a decision that he wasn't going to do it. And, for the sake of everyone out there, I don't care about vaccine or who gets through doesn't. I don't give a damn. But I'm illustrating a point here that my brother didn't let somebody influence what he decided when this man was clearly coming from a place of fear, nothing but fear. It wasn't even so much, oh, I care about you and I want you to be well. No, it was all about, I'm terrified and you should be scared too. That's how most people are, terrified and confused.
Why do you think most people got the vaccine?
Right. And like I said, I'm not here to judge and I don't really care. But what I do know is, just dealing with people, studying people, and doing consultations. Most people are scared and confused, don't know what's going on or what to do. That's where we all are. So how can we take advice from people who are scared and confused? How do you get out of fear and confusion? You got to educate yourself. You got to be confident in what you know. How do you be confident? You got to learn and you got to test what you've learned. And through that process of testing what you've learned, you gain a natural confidence. That guy couldn't talk my brother into suddenly getting a vaccine because my brother understood from his personal experience by eating right, by living in a safe manner, as far as not touching shit, putting it in his mouth and his eyes, pretty much just having some basic sense, he knew that he would be fine. But when you test these things out instead of just repeating them, you gain confidence in them.
Yep. And that's something we all have to learn, especially as North Americans. Wow, as North Americans in particular, because our entire culture is based off of fear. We have fear-based responses most of the time. So, yeah, so even as we're going through this process, of self-actualization, we have to unravel and unwrap the levels of fear that we have, because it manifests in all different ways. It will try its damnedest to survive. So a lot of, I mean, and a lot of us, I even find myself, having to grapple with that on a pretty consistent basis of, okay, how am I making this decision? Am I attaching it to fear? Is my response to this because I am scared of something, or because I feel shamed into it? Why am I making this decision right now to say this thing, or to do this, or to do that? What's my underlying reason? Because, another thing that we're taught as North Americans is to not be true to ourselves. A lot of us don't know what we're saying or why we're really saying it. We just think that that's the appropriate thing to do. And so we have to look outside of that box and recognize that there are levels and layers to this. And so when we apply these elements and we create our own alchemical responses, we have to be very aware and very responsible for ourselves in that manner, because this is also not delicate stuff at all. This stuff will shine the light on everything that you're doing.
Right. I want to say this also, for everybody that's watching in the chat here, if you have any questions in particular about TATTWA SHUDDHI, I know at least 2 of you in the chat just got the book. Sky L says that they're on chapter 3. But if anybody has any questions about the process of TATTWA SHUDDHI, go ahead and type it in so we can talk about it. And also, if you have any questions in general about just kind of the subject matter that we're on, feel free to comment, and we'll try to get to those questions there. And also, if this video and some of the videos on my channel is giving you value, go ahead and hit the like button, because that does help the algorithm push this content to more people who might find value in it. I appreciate it. So one part that I've been trying to avoid talking about in this book is the fact that performing TATTWA SHUDDHI does enhance one's ability to have psychic powers and other supernatural type of abilities. And I avoid talking about that because obviously that would cause certain people of a certain quality of consciousness to only want to do it for those reasons. But she clearly states in here, as a disclaimer and a side effect of performing this practice regularly, you do begin to develop what some people would call supernatural abilities. And it's no question that when performing other types of magical rituals and things like that, you also begin to develop these abilities such as clairvoyance, astral projection, and any number of things ranging all the way up. And like I said, all these other spiritual practices are based on this. So to go straight to the source, it's almost like, getting straight to chemical X as opposed to getting a subsidiary of it. But at the very least, this helps your physical body attain a certain harmony, a certain balance. It helps your mind gain a certain harmony and balance. It helps your emotional body gain a certain harmony and balance. And for me, what I find is that it's really aligning myself to understand this whole paradigm in a new way. In a new way that's easy for me to effectively communicate, and a new way for me to effectively understand. No matter what book I read, I'm getting light from it. So, I mean, I'm very happy and grateful that this has come across my life, and that I get a chance to practice it.
Yeah, me too. This and Samkhya Darshan are just huge. That and incorporating a Dharana Darshan, like the meditations from there have been huge.
Yes, ma'am.
you know.
What she says in here, before starting TATTWA, SHUDDHI, you got to do Kaya Stratham.
Tattaka.
We wouldn't have learned that if it wasn't for TATTWA Dharana Darshan first. So again, all these books tie into each other. Now, granted, they're written by the same group of people, but still, we went through the practice of Tritaka and Kaya Stratham and Chakra SHUDDHI months before even touching this book.
Yeah, I actually, a little advice for people that has helped me out a lot. And I was actually thinking about putting this on a YouTube channel, but I don't know if
You should.
if that would be appropriate. Okay. Um, so one of it was I recorded the meditations from Dharana Darshan of myself doing the meditations. So then throughout that process, so you're not, because I feel like Dharana Darshan is a meditation book, and when first reading it, you're like, well, how am I expected to memorize all of this as I'm going through the process? It really helps if you record yourself reading as you read the meditation, so you guide yourself in order to get into that. So I did it. So I have a series of meditations where I recorded those meditations to guide myself through that process, through that meditation, so I'm able to connect into it. And you know yourself better than most, so you kind of know, okay, when it tells me to do, and I did that with the TATTWA SHUDDHI meditation too. So then, as I was coming into it, it was like I knew how long it would take me generally to say these mantras 4 times, or I was able to space it out, so I'm not reliant again on someone from the outside leading me in this meditation. It really was me communicating with myself, third house shit, hey, but it was me again, kind of going through that meditation and having myself be that guide. And that really, 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 really helped me out a lot. So I recommend that for anyone who's trying to do Tritaka and TATTWA SHUDDHI, or trying to get through that cleanse and kind of stressing on how you're going to memorize all this kind of stuff. Like, start off with just recording yourself on a voice memo with some cool binaural beats in the background or something like that you can attach to, that kind of puts you in that mood. And then you can practice that way until you practice it enough times that you don't need it anymore.
Yeah, that's a really good idea. I've been thinking about possibly doing that myself, but listening, recording it and just setting up your own guideline for the practice. That's one of the advantages of technology these days. We can do that. They couldn't do that back then.
Right.
But yeah, maybe you should definitely take seriously considering maybe making some videos. We've already got some people here in the chat today that said that they would definitely watch your stuff.
I know I need to tap into my Leo energy.
Hell
Ooh,
yeah. I'll
that
watch
stage
it.
fright is coming out. Oh, we can't let fear dictate. Yeah, no. If I can get help with that, that'd be great. But yeah, that'd be cool. I was thinking about starting off with a meditation thing, to have meditation videos, but I also don't want to step on the toes of the Bahar School of Yoga. I really don't. I don't want to be doing word for word of their meditations, even though I kind of do, because it's their meditations. I feel like if I just give them credit, I don't know, that's technical stuff that I can figure out. But yeah, I would love to. Yeah, but anyway, so that's a good way of doing it. I have not done the what do they call the ash after they go through the process with the cow dung?
Basma.
Okay, I have not done that yet. So I don't know what that effect is after TATTWA SHUDDHI. Although I do have to say that another thing that has served me very well while doing these cleanses and practicing what's in this book and incorporating it is keeping most of the time a clean diet, and that means generally eating more sparingly, not eating so much, and taking away foods that I feel shame around after eating. So I'm not going to say be only vegan and do this. I'm gonna leave it at what has helped me was eating more sparingly, and also cutting out foods that made me feel guilty afterwards, because that did carry on in my practice. When I would do the meditations, it was a distraction in my head.
Absolutely.
Because yeah, so that
Love-
plays a very integral part. Again, it's those matching of elements. You don't want to do something that you know is bad for you, or that you don't feel good eating, and then trying to get high off of some meditation. It's not gonna, you're instead going to feel bad kind of throughout the meditation.
Yeah. He talks about limiting diet and restricting the diet with the intention of having a better result with this meditation. And in my personal journey, I found that it's a good thing for me to begin to release a lot of different things that I was attached to for my spiritual advancement. I learned through working with the Goetia that I was going to have to give up one by one a lot of the different things that had a grip on me. And that the first thing that I chose to give up was my alcoholism. And I already knew that there were many other things to follow, but in its own time. I didn't rush anything, because I knew if I rushed it, wouldn't happen, such as meat. I didn't give up meat until several years later. I didn't become vegan until a few months ago, right? But I was able to give up meat at the beginning of, I started the first of the year. My real aim was to eat as little as possible. And I think I'm starting to reach that point. I mean, I haven't eaten since the last live. I ate today, right? I haven't eaten in a week. But the whole thing was in order to focus more and to really discipline myself. And I have definitely found that it does enhance my meditations. It does enhance my visualization and my reception, right? Did eat, I felt a complete shift. I did feel a lot heavier, and I felt the circulation of my energy really. I guess what I'm saying is you don't notice it until it changes, right?
Yeah.
So after not eating for so long, when I did have a meal, I noticed so much shift and almost like a down motion, because the blood flow changed, and I felt my attention was different. And I guess a lot of my attention was focused on processing the food. And I saw that.
Yes.
And just to keep it real, you know what I'm saying? I have been drinking, like I take supplements, right, with like the different vitamins and minerals that my body needs, of course. But I'm not like making food. I have like Ormus, sea moss, you know what I'm saying? But even down to like giving up sex, and sugar, right? That's another big one. Giving up all these different things because these are attachments to pleasure. We don't do these things because we need them. We do them because they bring us these pleasurable feelings. And I find if I gradually do the work to detach myself from these things, I no longer have that influence over me. I think that helps with the overall practice.
I totally agree. My big thing has been giving up caffeine and sugar, coffee and sugar. Oh, I love coffee. But I love more the atmosphere that I create with coffee. But then I realized that my entire reality in the morning was based off of this ritual. I had to have this ritual. If I had a rush coffee, it didn't taste so good. If I didn't have, I need my coffee or else I won't have a good day. Like that was definitely a mindset for myself. And then I released that and went to green tea. And all of a sudden, even that ritual, that slight switch of beverages changed my entire ritual. Now, and I feel like too, the substances that you put into your body do have a direct correlation with your energetic being. Absolutely. They show that in Ayurvedic, that's its own Tattwa Shuddhi practice, right? Like that, we've also dived into that a little bit in the past. But the energetic elements of green tea in the mornings really are very calming. It's still caffeinated, but it's more of a calming effect, I'm realizing. And then I've increased a lot of, if I do eat, it is mainly vegetables. And that is but for me, because I've been vegetarian for 12 years now, and pescatarian on and off too, because I will eat fish once in a while and stuff like that. If I get the craving, I don't want to deprive myself of anything, but I was getting that confused with the status quo of your body needs 3 meals a day. You have to have 6 to 7 things a day. And I started doing research into fasting recently. And fasting not only has anti-aging effects, but it also is showing more and more beneficial results for people who are diagnosed with cancers and mental illnesses, because your body is creating its own defense system. And so this idea of fasting is actually pretty sound. It's very sound research that's coming out. So, and then energetically speaking, when it comes to doing the meditations, when my body doesn't have anything within it, I feel the cleansing process a lot stronger. I understand now, because before I got into the Vedas, I was studying the Kemetic tree of life, and ancient Cometian texts and such. And in some of their rituals, they would describe, or they would have the participant in the rituals fast for about 2 to 3 days before entering into the halls of Tahuti or whatever. And so I am now understanding the importance of that, because when you're going into a cleansing process, you do need to be wholly present there. And that doesn't mean having an outer influence. So I feel food is somewhat of an outer influence that is not as much of a necessity as we're trained to believe it is. Not saying that you shouldn't eat. You should definitely eat, but like nourish your body, but you just don't have to do it as often as we're taught. Look at that attachment itself. What is your attachment there to food? Are you scared? Are you scared that you will die? Are you scared that your family will yell at you? Are you scared that you will no longer be yourself as how you've identified yourself for years? What is your attachment to food? So removing that element and going into the meditation practices has really, really helped the unwrapping process.
I love that. That was hitting home for me right there. Just crazy, because I don't know. It's weird, because when I first started like my whole journey, I got led into, I guess, by food. Woke by, cause I love food. Like I said, I was cooking, right? So my whole thing, I was like, oh shit, the food. So coming into my journey, I've been technically, what I found out what it was called, it was intermittent fasting. And I guess for like the last 4 to 5, 6 years, I've been doing that. I eat 1 meal a day. It's 4th of July. Most people are at barbecues right now. I've been drinking water, and I had a smoothie. And I find it beautiful because, like, oh man, this is so crazy, because knowledge is food itself.
Yeah.
I studied it enough that I realized it's the funniest thing that makes me laugh, because when I am hungry, I study. And guess what? I get full.
Wow.
I'm pretty sure all y'all can attest to that if going on that, and that's why I like to say, like, intermittent fasting is very good and beneficial, because it has a lot of, like, I don't like to go into all the details on it, but for me personally, if you can get to the point where we're just having a simple meal and you take a time out of your day where you say, I take 2 to 3 hours of that day and eat small portions. And to me, like, it's crazy, because, when I was younger, I used to smoke weed and still do on my occasions. You get the munchies.
Oh, yeah.
It's so crazy. And I go out to nice restaurants and I go out to eat. And I watch people eat. And it's so amazing how much they eat. Like I love the statement you guys said back in the day. What did they say? I don't know where it was, but you had to have one belly full of water, one belly full of food, and the other part empty. Oh, hit
Hmm.
home. Because most of it, I felt that. Because I'm like, I'm sitting there, and there are times I wake up, but you drink water, and you suffice for other things. And the intermittent fasting is very, like you said, is very interesting. Because I've been doing it for years. My belly, I feel like has shrunk. I can't eat. I'm a man. I don't eat big portions. I feel like when I watched my grandma, like when I was younger, and I see my grandma eat. Oh, that's very interesting. Hmm. Because my grandma's very health conscious too. Just thinking about it too, like, and she eats very small portions. Watch other people who watch their diet. They see what they watch what they consume, just like the yogis. They say they consume a rice a day, and like I was watching the video, and some milk. You know,
Yeah, I think, and I'm not saying that food is bad, because as we learn with Ayurvedic,
food is bad. The food we eat in America nowadays, I have to scratch up. Like I love food and I love it to death because it's a thing. It's a living organism that, like you said, we consume in our body, along with this whole matrix. That's what runs this, gives energy to the spirit,
yes,
nourishment from what would you say? What would we call prakriti? Huh?
yeah,
Because chi is
Prakriti
what's
and
given.
Purusha.
Mm-hmm.
Like in Ayurvedic, I have a book on Ayurvedic, and they actually talk about the different levels of a leaf being Prakriti or the layer of Purusha. And so there's a whole process. And if you think about how indigenous or
Mm-hmm.
even just pre-colonial life, pre-colonization life, there was a process of eating your food from that energetic level first. Here we are so disconnected from it that it's no longer food. It's literally not food anymore. But energetically, it's something. So that's where we have to be really mindful of not just how much we're eating, but what we're eating. Again, I'm not here to say you can only eat raw fruits and vegetables or anything like that, but I will tell you there is a difference to anyone who would try eating, say, a tomato growing off of a vine in a garden versus what you have in a store. There is an active difference, an energetic difference that you taste, that you feel when you eat something like that. There is an actual ritual of eating that we have become disconnected to as North Americans that affects every other practice that we do. It creates dis-ease.
I think there's a process of fear, like especially with the eating. Like I have my grandmother; she grew up really poor, and so when I go over her house, she overcooks everything, like all the time, just meat, rice, and just like no vegetables at all. Just like, and then always trying to force me to eat it. And then when I thought about it, I'm like, damn, she's still stuck in that fear state. And like, that's just most people. They're like, our first instinct really is just to eat. We want a belly full of food, shelter, and like that's pretty much it. So like people are just fearful and just start, chowing down, or they're like nervous eaters.
Yeah.
Right. And why do we think that, right? Because that's as good as it's going to get.
And
That's as good as it's going to get.
And look, it's not always just the idea of eating and that eating is bad. There's so many other things involved with it. Just like with TATTWA SHUDDHI, she doesn't talk about all the little nuances that go into why this is beneficial to you, but she attacks the root, and through the root you heal all the extra stuff. Likewise with fasting, you focus on doing it with the intent of rejuvenating the spirit. There's other things that are being solved there as well, like what Alora talked about, the quality of the food. We don't even realize that what a lot of the things that we call food is not food, but chemical concoction. But other than that, there's also subtle things about ourselves, and this is what I'm more focused on: the subtle nuances of ourselves. Most of us don't eat because we're hungry. We eat because we're bored. We eat because we've got some kind of emotional issue going on. We eat because our body or our parasites are telling us that we need sugar, right? So a lot of times we may feel a slight trigger or a slight impulse to resist this kind of information because one of those things are being hit that we don't want to face. It's not that food is bad, but there is very much an attachment to eating. Now, is that attachment emotional? Is it based on trauma? Is it biological? Is it because you got parasites in your intestines? Right? Is it something else? Because what I learned from fasting is personally, I learned the voice of my body. And I learned that there's a time when my body says, we need some kind of sustenance, we need nutrients. And there's a voice that says, I want some sugar. I want some salt. I want to taste. Those are two different voices. And you're not able to hear those voices. I talked about the quality of consciousness. The quality of consciousness is having more options dealing with the response to external stimulus. I have gained new options through my spiritual practice and through fasting. One of the new options that I gained was learn that there's a difference between hunger and I want to taste something. If you haven't learned that, of course, you're not really going to see the full implications of why fasting is beneficial on a spiritual level. What's going on, MC Maestro?
Nothing much. I went to like a little get together last night, and my friend's brother, he's always there, but like doesn't interact with too much people. Like he does his own thing. And then his brother made poor decisions, so he's just like shit faced drunk. And I was like, oh, if you were sober, I would have just told you like to focus on one spot and like meditate. And his brother came over like super excited. He's like, oh, bro, you got any information? I've been trying. So like I dropped all the Bihar stuff on him. And then he was very interested in the occult too. So I pointed him to initiation hermetics.
Yeah. Sounds like he might have actually been ready for some of that solid food. Wow. The opposite's happened with my brother. He's starting to get a real taste of this stuff. He's really just now getting onto Bobby Hemmett. And of course, he wants to he's telling me that, he's trying to tell his friends about it. He's trying to tell people he works with about it, this, that, and the third, but they're not wanting to listen. You can't just give the stuff to people who don't want it. Like,
Right.
You've been living with me for years, and I've been on this since 2012, and you weren't trying to hear it until last month. So let's think about how long that was. You can't really force feed this to your friends and family. They don't want it.
Mhm. I've also been like, or go ahead.
Until they do want it.
Yeah. But through rituals and whatnot, like my dreams have been like they'll cut short, but those last snippets that I have of actual dreaming will just be like just profound information. Like yesterday night, I had one where as I was waking up, I started to get like information based off the different combinations of the TATTWAs, and seeing that like in the dream state, everything was based kind of off of water, but the different objects in the dream were actually different combinations of those TATTWAs in water. Then I had another one where, oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say, put some water, a boil of water, purify, and put it underneath your bed.
All right, I got to try that.
Mm-hmm.
And I had another one where it's like, it was actually where it was the Dantalian sigil showing up. And I was getting explained like that you can manifest something with the proper knowledge, uh, you to like creating your own path of the Sephira. So something doesn't have to manifest the 777 way. You could, as long as you know like how to leverage the Sephiras, you could create like your own path and like a very specific manifestation.
Oh my goodness. Recent meeting with Dan Talion, I was shown how part of the reason he symbolized so many different faces is because he has a relation to Mahat and Buddhi. The higher up you go in the frequency bands, the more that they contain everything underneath them.
Wow. I am so glad you said that. And it's amazing that all of us are, well, I'm not going to say all of us, but I've also been having meetings with Don Talion. Yeah. So that we're on the, right there. And it's really, for me, I met him in a library and he was telling me, and every time I would ask for something, his face would change. So then it would help me go into a deeper emotional response that I was having when I would ask for that specific thing, so I could get to the root of it. So it was like each face that he made was decoding the layers of myself of where in my psyche these ideas or thoughts were coming from. So it's pretty awesome that you just said that his changing faces was also the different layers, essentially, or levels of consciousness that kind of one goes through, or states of being. I totally had that as well, but just on a personal level.
Notion that ego, ahamkara, and all the different forms of ahamkara is contained within Mahat. I think he was relating to me that every type of ego and personality that can ever exist, he's above that. That they're all contained within what he represents. That's why he's the god of neurolinguistic programming,
Mm-hmm.
the god of mind control, and all that fun stuff that I have a whole show on.
Yeah, when I was reading, I started reading, I'm not gonna say it, but it was one of the very basic NLP books. And then I started working, like that same day, I started working with Lucifer. And then I stumbled upon a Maimon again. Like I always wanted to work with a Maimon too. But they both kind of had something of what I needed in terms of one, Lucifer was being like calculative and then not being attached to the emotions. And then the Maimon was like, when I was reading the NLP book, you know, they were just talking about the away from pattern. And I noticed like in different contexts where I'm an away from pattern, but I was like, damn, I could really tap into those emotions and then use that to accomplish my goal. And then, you know, go right back to being unattached.
Oh yeah. Into those, we pay attention to those words that change minds. We understand that certain meta programs, if we understand them properly, we can really identify why we behave the way we do. And then we can go and alter that process in a way that we would believe would serve us best in this moment.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Yeah. And I think that's such a good point in recognizing those trigger words or those emotional processes, because really what we're doing is we're walking through a constant hypnosis. So if we can learn how to hypnotize ourselves by recognizing our own triggers, that gives us a hell of a lot more control over the atmosphere. Not control, goodness gracious, a lot more.
I mean, it's the word that we have now. It's the word that we have.
Okay, a lot more. Yeah, a lot more control over the atmosphere of situations that we wish to be in or that we're navigating currently. Especially in the subjective realm, because that's all symbols. Time does not exist in those realms, and even objects don't appear as they are, but those symbols and all of these connections are going to have some type of emotional response. So if we are able to bring that part from subjective into the objective, we'll be able to better relate to things or create certain situations that will be to our benefit instead of to our demise, if that makes sense.
Yes. Very nice. Psylocke in the chat has a nice question I'd like to address. Salak says, what's the best way to cleanse one's imagination and suck out mental parasites that try to latch on? So that's a good question. But when I get those type of questions, I always like to look at the approach, right? So what we're talking about is mental parasites, and we're talking about using the imagination to cleanse them. So the way that I like to see things, especially when it deals with cleansing and protection, is there are no enemies, right? That's my mantra when it comes to protection. There are no enemies. In fact, when you really study the spiritual stuff, you learn that everything is coming from the same source, right? Now, to identify something as good or bad, good or evil, that's coming from a perspective that you identify with. So you're identifying from this perspective that is seeing a quote unquote mental parasite as a negative thing. So I like to talk about what these Vedic texts mention as vairagya, which is non-attachment, which is dispassion, which is identifying that there are things that exist, but as the Buddha said, when somebody insulted him, that doesn't apply to me, right? Somebody said this and that and the third about Buddha. He didn't go in a back and forth argument with them. He literally just said that doesn't apply to me and kept it pushing. And that's my approach to a lot of things like these astral entities, this, that, and the third. We receive harm when we set ourselves into opposition with these forces, as opposed to in harmony with these forces. So practically, what I would recommend for you, what I'd recommend practically is analyzing what it is about this thing that, first of all, analyze your reaction to it. Then analyze why you're having that reaction to it, where that reaction may be coming from. And just observe, because when you go into the process of observation of self, you come out of the emotional reaction. So if you're in an argument with somebody going back and forth, when you observe and you come out of it and you look at yourself and you say, wow, I'm getting upset right now. I feel personally attacked, so I'm hurling attacks back. When you're observing yourself, you naturally come out of the emotions, and now you're able to handle it from a higher perspective. So I recommend the same approach dealing with mental parasites or astral parasites. Come into observation and analyze. Look at the whole situation, and you'll start to see that somewhere in there, you're choosing that. Somewhere in there, you're attracting that. Somewhere in there, you're opening the door for such a parasitic relationship to happen. Now, when you're able to step out and analyze it like that, now you're able to make the necessary moves, whether you want to transform this into something beneficial or you want to cut it off altogether. But the key is to be aware of it beyond the perspective of how you're being affected, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and I would, just to add on to that a little bit, I would check out the Antar Mauna meditation led by one of the Swamis. I can never pronounce his name, but it's really, really good for getting concentration on your thoughts and being aware of that river of thought process that you have. Antar Mauna. That's a really, really good meditation.
And what you just said about cutting people or cutting the thing off, Trav, it was also in that one dream where I saw the Dantalian sigil that if you want to cut something off truly, then instead of doing a cord cutting ritual or something, observe what level it's at. If it's at an emotional level or an intellectual level, then go to that level, cut it off from there. Because at the end of the day, those are like the higher emanations. There's four trees before we get to the earth tree. And then, just doing the cord cutting meditation, you may just deal with the lower levels of the earth tree when you gotta, if it's an emotional attachment, you got to go up to the water tree. If it's intellectual, go up to the air.
Yes. Ananya, are you with us this afternoon or evening for you?
Yes, I'm listening. Everything.
Haven't heard from you in a while. How are you?
I'm good. I came back to my apartment now. Things seem easier.
Excellent. How are you feeling lately?
I'm good. I meditated and it just calmed my mind down. And I was listening to what I think Maestro said something. It was Maestro who said that we have to go to emotional level if that thing which is triggering us is at emotional level. That
Yeah.
really, I'm able to relate to it actually.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's excellent advice because, again, that's seeing reality from that higher perspective, that outside perspective. There's not just physical reality, right? There's also the emotional, then the mental, then the spiritual. And if we're able to really analyze those deeper aspects of our experience, we have a wider range of expression. We're widening our quality of intelligence. So, again, when I say that there are no enemies, this is how I see the world. If I come face to face with somebody in physical life who has negative feelings towards me or saying words, this, that, or third, I don't look at that person and say, this man is my enemy. He's trying to hurt me. There's something behind him. If anything, he's at war with himself. And to him, I'm only a symbol of what he's at war with. He doesn't know me enough to be my enemy. He doesn't even know who I am, but he's at war with something inside of him. And you know what? If I can dismantle what he's at war with in his own mind, not only do I resolve our relationship, but the relationship with anyone else that he would potentially use as a symbol for his aggression. So we don't, what's the Bible say? We're not, this isn't a battle against flesh and blood, but principalities and powers in high places, right? And it goes on the other side. There's not love between two people. We're in love with the concepts that we have, and we use other people as a symbol of that. Just like we're not having sexual intercourse with each other, we never really touch at a microscopic level. There's so much space in between, but we're using the other person as a symbol. Just like this live, I'm only a symbol to all of you. You're only a symbol to me. This is how our brain works. Goes all the way back to the beginning, what we were saying about the peach soda and the subjective reality and the objective reality, or working with poetic spirits, or me using my boss as a symbol for the sun. We don't consciously use other people as symbolic representations, but we all do it. This is how we experience life. Why do I have a bunch of unicorn shit? Why do I have unicorns everywhere? Because this is a symbol that represents something to me at a deep level. And I understand that. So I purposely utilize it. Not that I'm uncontrollably obsessed with unicorns. I do this on purpose. Now, what would happen if we all did this on purpose?
Travis, this reminds me of the Papa Prushna from the book. I don't know if I'm saying that correctly, but do you feel like that sort of relates to everything like from the parasite up until now, what we've been chatting about? And I guess to add on to some of these concepts a little bit too, it has me thinking about, I mean, perhaps I'm just a one-trick pony, but this has me thinking about the strength card, right? In the tarot. Although I have a lot of issues with Rider-Waite in terms of like how ubiquitous it's become, but that strength card in particular, right, shows that the potential transmutation that can take place when we do view situations from this, just that sort of like different perspective, right? Like when you were talking about so someone from you're meeting someone on the street, right, and they come up to you and try to give you like either like hatred or some sort of conflict or whatever, although that's what they may be presenting you from their perspective, that doesn't mean that's what is received by you, right? This is an opportunity to potentially like transmute that what he's giving is energy essentially, right? And it's coded on the surface as something, but underneath is everything is made up of the same thing, right? That's why we keep saying like, oh, there's all of these different keys, all of these different symbols, but they all go to the same lock, kind of, right? And so they're offering you energy. They're offering you an opportunity to grow in some sense or another. And that's why I think perhaps whoever's dealing with this sort of parasite, right? This is, although it may seem like a negative, this I think connects to why we can never determine what is good or what is bad. This parasite is offering you a chance to grow, right? To figure out like how to deal with things, deal with this on your own terms, right? I think MC Maestro was offering, you know, to like dig into the sort of parasite and problem and to see like, you know, exactly where this might be, you know, located to potentially cut it off. But I think with the strength card, it can potentially open up some other possibilities, right? When we see the woman on the Smith card, this is, you know, a potentially hostile entity, right? This large looming lioness figure, and you know, typically in our consensus reality, this is something that we would be told to fear, right? This thing is powerful, it is big, it can bite you. You know, you should watch out for this. And I think this is how we kind of treat like spirits and demons, daemons in particular in society, right? They're bad, right? You don't want to mess with that kind of energy. It's dangerous. Yes, there is a certain danger involved, but if you are able to see this lion as a part of your own energy, which is how we get the figure of the infinity symbol on this card as well for Rider-Waite, right? As it is as within, so without. What the strength that is being depicted here is not control, right? She is not forcing this lion to like bow down to her will. You know, this thing is not put in a cage. This is not performing in a circus, right? No, they are building a relationship with one another, right? The lion may have this very powerful and looming figure, but it recognizes that the woman is looking past this sort of fear and trusting in her own sort of like power and guidance to know that that things will be okay. Right? She knows she is in control in the sense that she's in the flow of the universe, right? Things are coming together. She can put in her energy, the universe will meet her halfway. And so you have this figure that we are told to be afraid of instead becomes a partner to the woman in the strength card, right? And that's what it is. It is strength through trust, not strength through domination and subjugation, right? The strength, that's truly the inner strength, right? Being able to have that secure sense of self, even in the face of danger or uncertainty. But yeah, I was wondering if you connect a lot of this to Papa Perusha, I think is how it's pronounced. Yeah, is that a good connection in particular here?
Absolutely, absolutely. And on the note of the strength card, I would, you kind of took the words out of my mouth. I was going to say, isn't that that would be a good representation of a different kind of strength, not a strength of dominance, but a strength of almost submission. Because there's a reason why there's a female on the card, not some burly ass dude. It's a woman. I think that goes to represent and signify that this is a type of strength that comes from
Receptive strength.
a receptive strength of allowing things to happen, right? Of in a way submitting to the flow of the universe as opposed to trying to dominate the universe. Yeah, but I would definitely say that it relates to Papa Purusha and the cleansing aspect in as such that we symbolize all of the quote unquote negativity and impurity about ourselves as a figure, as a demonic figure with a sword and a shield and an angry demeanor about himself. And we use the elements to purify him. This is a symbolic movie that we're playing in our heads. It's a symbolic visualization. And this representation, it has a deep primal significance. And in the process of TATTWA SHUDDHI, we're cleansing ourselves on every level, physical level, on the emotional level, on the mental level. And in cleaning those lower levels, we're getting cleansed on that. We're affecting that higher spiritual level, the causal level. Yeah, I would definitely say it relates. Good stuff. Good stuff.
What I just realized, Trav, it's like a Bible story where Satan and Archangel Michael are arguing, or Satan's arguing. They're trying to like retrieve the body of Moses, and then I just thought of what you said earlier about like how someone's projecting their own symbols onto you and trying to like have that negative relationship, the negative relationship that they have with themselves. They're just trying to externalize it. And in that specific Bible story, like Satan's going off, but then Archangel Michael just says, "Lord will rebuke you," as his only reply.
Yeah, that was funny. God rebuke you. Get thee behind me, Satan. I learned that from my uncle pastor, who I spent a good deal of time with. There was a while where I was really zealous, and I was trying to be this warrior Christian. I hate the devil, curse the devil, gotta go out and get the devil. But he was
I
like,
love the
no,
devil.
that's not the approach that you want to take, because even in the Bible, Christ says, don't curse the devil. You're not supposed to do that. That's not your battle. Your battle is to get a hold of yourself, right? Don't worry about the devil. It's the focusing on that, is the, like you said, the externalizing of the problem. And that's where a lot of Christians and most human beings on the planet, that's where we get lost and tangled up, because we externalize our issues and we try to attack the externalization, but that never gets rid of it, because that's not the root of our problem. That's just a manifestation of our perception of a problem. The problem doesn't exist. The problem is in your framework of reality. There's not a group of old, evil, wrinkled up white men somewhere in a big building called the Illuminati plotting the demise of the world. That's not real. That's your externalization. That's an image, a fantasy, and now an egregore, thanks. But most of these problems and conspiracy theories that people are having, they're externalized issues. And if we solve them within, there wouldn't be issues anymore.
I mean, but how can you help someone through that if even their concept of God is external?
Damn. Broken down at the fundamental level. Jeez Louise.
Way Ophio gave it, which was the relations. What's the relationship you have with that God? Even if it's external, right? Are you the servant, or are you the mediator and the vicar? If you're the servant, I mean, you're just going to let things happen to you. If you're the mediator or the vicar, you'll have more control over yourself and your perceptions. Like you have more control of what goes in, basically.
Yes. That's what you do have control over. If nothing else, that's what you do have control over. And you know what? I'm loving using Christian metaphors now, because I noticed that triggers a new type of people. That's what I want.
Yeah.
Someone in the chat says, Christ is Satan, Baal, Green Man, Samuel, Lilith. To you, right? To you, with the data that you have accumulated thus far, that's what you have figured out. And that's great. But I mean, at the end of the day, it's a symbol that represents a specific type of data. And if you don't research what data that symbol represents, you're guessing. I love it. I love it. I might start doing Bible stuff more often. Fuck it. My next video, Bible breakdowns, the occult Bible breakdowns.
Oh, I'm going to show some people your videos.
Since they banned me on TikTok, I gotta go a different route now. I'm going for the Christian.
Oh, they did, huh? Wow. You're just too powerful.
Did you get what was the strike for?
I didn't even get a strike. I uploaded a video this morning at like 10, and then I was gonna live stream on TikTok this, but I opened up the thing and it said you've been permanently banned. Like I didn't get a strike or anything, just straight banned. I did a little bit of research.
No reasoning either.
No, it didn't give me a reason. Like usually they give you a reason, or you might even get a warning or something like that. I literally, I posted a video earlier, and it's the one with a bunch of people running towards, that was the last thing I posted. And it just said you were permanently banned.
Wow.
They cut that cord, huh?
That's too heavy for him.
Literally.
Yeah,
We're gonna
too
break the
heavy.
app.
Sorry to hear that. That's unfortunate.
Oh no, it's fine. It's fine. Bye,
The
Rock.
the world definitely needs more of your TikToks.
I'm just gonna make another one.
It just shows like the barriers of the quote unquote matrix. Because as you were talking about like how you were studying the history of mass movements and stuff and how that relates to TikTok, that right there was a little bit more of a, I don't know what it's called, but where in NLP, like you could say something random just to introduce a new variable. And then from then you could, say whatever you want. I think that was like using, or quote unquote witch talk, ain't no, just your regular videos, there was nothing like that. But that very last one that you posted, that one would break somebody's pattern just for a hot minute, just to have them think like, oh man, like, am I really doing this? And if they went down that rabbit hole, then they would just leave TikTok.
Damn.
Truly.
Yeah. Man, I'm just thinking like just TikTok wasn't made for you, Trav. Like it's just not ready for you. I mean, think about it. The most sell that they get is like TikTok and like all that kind of stuff, Like it's just trying to post some content. It's like putting a really intellectually based awesome article in the middle of a Playboy magazine. Like no one it just can't handle it. TikTok can't handle you. You're just too strong. You got to make your own shit.
Oh man, I tried to convince it.
You gotta throw a sigil in the middle of a Playboy magazine. That'll get some charge on it.
Oh hell yeah.
Bro, my grandpa, so like when he was still alive, he came over one year for Thanksgiving, and my dad was like, he bought a Playboy, and he's like, and like him and his brothers were laughing, and he's like, Dad, did you not have that Playboy up on your closet? And he's like, oh, okay. Something happened in there. There was an article that was just too profound, so I had to keep it.
One of the few. Yeah, that's well, and so it is. Now we have another platform. Thankfully, though, you haven't been kicked off of YouTube, which is great.
Yeah. That's why you have to diversify. If one ends, you got something to go back to. Like I said, I'm just gonna make a new one today and start over. But I love it because I focused intensely on TikTok for the last 3 weeks. It's only been up for 3 weeks. Hadn't even made a full month yet. But my focus was, okay, how do I learn to communicate in a short attention span? How do I learn to pay attention, deliver something important, and then, have them make a call to action, which is to like the video or subscribe or whatever. How do I condense that into a minute? So that's been my challenge. And I started to figure it out. Every video I'm getting better at it. And yeah, I guess somebody must have figured it out. Like, whoa. What is this? Hell no.
Yeah, you've been because your shorts are pretty incredible. Your shorts remind me of like in massage school, right? We're learning how I picked up a trick on if you only have 1 or 2 minutes left, but you have 2 arms to do that typically take 5 minutes. How do you make that person feel like that you hit that whole arm with limited time? So you condense, you work at the attachment sites of all of the muscles, because everyone has pain in these attachment sites. So you focus on those and you slow down your effleurage, you slow down your movements. So you're covering that whole arm within a minute, but you're making that person feel like it's been an eternity and you just release like years and years worth of stress. Your shorts were that. You know, it was like you were like stroking that whole arm, getting into all those attachment sites, but within a minute. That was, I mean, you're so very like props to you for being able to do that, because I can't. You know, the whole talking thing, that's a tough one. That's a tough one to do, especially when when you know that there's so much more and you have to condense that. So yeah, I think you're a master at that. And I think that, and so I think there are going to be more obstacles now, maybe not more obstacles, but there are going to be certain ends. There are certain ends that will have issues meeting, that you'll have to just kind of keep having to bugger at a little bit.
Yeah. I think with practice and the proper data, you could learn how to do it. Anybody could, you know. I didn't know. Before doing this, I had trouble condensing it. But I started, I know that looking at patterns, you gotta observe patterns in order to be ahead of them. And I'm noticing that this is the thing now. These little short attention span, you know, like I mentioned, most of people only have an attention span about this long. I can't go to these people and force them to pay attention to something this long. Hey, listen to this 5-hour lecture. Listen to this 10-hour. You know how many hours we've been going on these lives?
Yes.
24 hours, yo. I'm not going to be able to approach the average person and say, hey, watch this whole thing. They can't even watch a Bobby Hemmett video, you know?
Right.
So now the responsible thing for me to do is to adapt, right? So I see that that's where that's going. Our attention spans are getting shorter. So what can I do to grab attention yet deliver light? Yeah, I think that would be a crucial skill for any of us to learn, really.
Mm-hmm.
I'll show you a good book.
Please do.
Here's one that I got. You might have seen me show it in an unboxing. It's called Say It in 6. But basically, how to say exactly what you mean in 6 minutes or less. Basically, you just take the concepts from books like this and you understand how to deliver data in a very short period of time.
I'm about to snatch that. Because I can't, you know, one of my big things is I like to process as I speak, and then sometimes good shit comes out. So to be able to actually formulate something would be a very big deal. That would be really, really useful for me to utilize that, just even in everyday conversation. Because then you get specific and you can really fine tune your intent because really as well, right? Like all this NLP or all of these abilities that we're acquiring when it comes to communication is we're really getting specific in our intent. Complete guide to building a memory palace. Yeah, I was gonna snatch that one too. But it's like, you know, when you enter into a conversation with someone, you have to kind of check in with yourself and say, what is my intent for this conversation? What is my goal to reach within this conversation?
Know your outcome.
And right. And you have to, and within that, it can, that gives you somewhat of a direction, but being able to specifically articulate what you're saying in a clear enough manner that the other person can understand what you're saying. That is another element, but a huge integral part to being able to carry out that goal, that outcome. So that is extremely useful.
Yes. Yes. See how the understanding of what you're doing and who you're doing it with, it makes all the difference. Like I have a massive library of data, massive, and I cannot just give it all to a student or someone who wants to learn in one sitting. It's just not possible. I didn't get it in one sitting. So it all helps as far as a restructuring of the thought process. Understand that this is a long-term game. I'm not here to unload everything on you in one video. You wouldn't like that. I wouldn't like that. So just like what you're saying, know your outcome. What's the one important thing that's the most useful right now? Let's just get that, get the hook, attach it to a story, because as human beings, dry data is not fun, right?
No.
just like what this book talks about, Memory Palace, what memory is a state. Memory isn't a dry database full of files of data. No, it's a state. And in order to access states, just like what we're doing here, is through symbols. So you compress your data into a symbol. You compress your data into a symbol, even if it's something like this, right? And if you compress your data into a symbol, it's easier to store it, right? It's easier to access tons of information. In my imagination, I've got a library. I've got TATTWA SHUDDHI. When I want to think about something that I memorized from here, I visualize this book and I visualize where it is I read it. And I read walking around in circles. I visualize where I was in that circle while I was reading it. That's how we remember stuff. That's how we memorize stuff. Not by trying to sit here, not trying to read it over and over again. No, we memorize it by attaching it to one of the modalities. It's got to be visual. It's got to be auditory. I've also got oils burning, right? Now I'm starting to experiment now with burning specific oil flavors with the subject matter that I'm reading. But if you can just compress your raw left brain data with something right brain, if you can compress your data with some type of experience, you can remember it much faster.
That's immersion.
That's immersion, yes. The exercises in this book, I still have memorized because it's so effective to attach your memory to a visualized scenario. I'm telling you.
I have got to implement more of that. That is fantastic. Because think about how much that opens up your sphere of availability then. How many languages you can learn. How many, right? Like how many mental processes you'll be able to actually comprehend. How much information you'll be able to store within your mind. And also apply that to outside sources, if you so wish. Like there's, I mean, that's the way how, hey, I'm going to drop a little gem here, but that's how you make someone fall in love with you in 5 minutes, right? You find out where their emotional attachments are, and then you become a representation of those emotional attachments that person has. So when they think of you, they think of this wonderful memory that they had or something like that, and they relate it to you. Then all of a sudden you become their most favorite person at the party.
I know this, or I read, I'm not gonna say I know her personally, but I read from this girl who did this thing where she studied NLP. Well, she read a book or some of a book, I'll say. And there was this dude that she wanted. So what she did was she asked him what his favorite candy was. Y'all, please don't be abusing this. She asked him what his favorite candy was. And I believe it was a Kit Kat bar. He just loved Kit Kat. It was his favorite thing. So she wanted him to like her and be with her. So she would buy Kit Kats. And every time they met up, every time she would see him in the hallway at school or whatever, she gave him a Kit Kat bar. Every time. Now, obviously, what happened after time? He began to associate her with that thing that he loves, that tastes so sweet, and he just loves having. It's nothing logical. We're not logical creatures. We're emotional creatures.
Yes, we are sensory beings.
There's more than one way to hijack that computer.
Mm-hmm. That's right. That's why, you can even do that even with just making eye contact with someone. For someone who really, if you are aware that this person, look at how the person is looking at you or engaging with you in the conversation. If you start to mirror them a little bit, they all of a sudden feel more familiar with you. But if I'm staring at you intensely in your eyes, but that's not how you're communicating with me. You're trying to look away or something. Social cue, that's not how they communicate. They're not going to feel at home with you. You could even be saying, you are the greatest person that ever lived, and I really, really enjoy your company right now. Well, if that's not how you typically communicate, that's unfamiliar to you. You're going to have actually more of a fear response to this, something that is unfamiliar. You're not going to have that comforting. But if the way how I see you right now, head tilting a bit or something like that, and I also tilt my head and go a little bit off to the side here, now I'm able to see you in me. And I really like this interaction we're having right now, kind of thing. And next thing you know, we're buddies.
That's buddy.
Yeah, exactly. We use that in the behavioral health field all the time. I mean, You know, it's so funny when people talk about like manipulation or anything like that, because it's like, well, really, what are we, you know, we're always manipulating each other. We're always manipulating ourselves. We're always hypnotizing, actually. We're hypnotizing ourselves and others all the time by using these certain combinations, these certain processes that connect to you on an emotional level. If I remind you of someone who you don't like, it doesn't matter what I do. That emotional response is going to be negative.
Right. Back to what I said about there are no enemies. That person doesn't hate me. He hates that idea of me in his head. Now, what if I were able to identify what that idea was and the source of that idea? And what if I was able to reprogram that? This is how we fix the world, not by making them watch a 12-hour video that they don't care about, but understanding what's causing pain in that person, understanding what's the source of that pain, and then going within and helping that person detach from that pain or reprogram that pain. Not by force feeding them a book to read or a Brother Panic lecture or whatever, forcing them to watch Seven Bomar, right? We have to identify what their pain is, and then identify the source of the pain, and then try to remove it. That's the best way to use NLP, because that it not only gives back to you, it not only gives back to them, but it heals a person. That heals a piece of the suffering on the planet. That echoes forward and back.
There's actually an immediate neurological response people have when they're told that they should do something. There's an automatic fuck you that comes in everyone's head when they're given an order or told that they should just do this. So we know for a fact that no one is going to follow your advice if you're trying to be forceful with it or tell them just watch this lecture or just do this, or you have to spend 6 hours doing this. That's the only way. There's going to be an automatic fuck you neurological response. You have to connect to them on a familiar level. They have to feel connected in order within the first like 5 seconds.
Especially if they're a fixed sign or an Aquarius, they're going to resist that. But then again, you know, from studying this, because this is again talking about the quality of consciousness, because we're talking about different options now. Most people are just like, well, I'm just going to do what I do and that's that. But I'm just going to be me. If they don't like it, then fuck them. But what I understand is there's so many different kinds of people. If I want to be an effective communicator, I have to be able to identify who I'm communicating with and use their language. And I don't mean Spanish, French, and English. I mean how they interpret reality. The more that I can understand that, the better I can communicate with them. Now, some people, they need to be told what to do. They need it. Matter of fact, they need it so bad, they'll accept directives from an irreputable source. And then there are others who will not be told what to do. You got to be able to identify those two and communicate with them effectively. You can have both of them do whatever needs to be done, but the approach is different. I know how to identify someone who needs to be told what to do. I also know how to identify somebody who's not going to be told what to do. But there's a way.
Right. There is a way. There is a way. There's always a way. But yeah, I think mastering that level of communication within itself is, again, going back to TATTWAs, that's what you're utilizing. Right. How's this person resonating? What elements are they resonating with the most right now? How are they utilizing it? You get a better idea of their perspective of this current conscious reality.
Check it out, right? Isn't Earth very receptive, very feminine? Isn't water very receptive and feminine? Isn't fire very that would be more, that's what's more giving, more dominant. And then of course air would be more, and that's more moving and giving and dominant. But see, this can also relate to the astrological signs: earth signs, water signs, fire signs, air signs.
Yes.
And typically each of these have a particular way of thinking and being. Everything comes up out of this.
That's what I was seeing with or whatever book is, that a lot of the stuff when I just in the first two patterns that she gives, I was able to see the doshas.
Ooh.
I was like, so you could just look at somebody's just body type, and then with the Joitish, you could get the like you could read their chart just based on their face as well. So if you combine those two aspects just by looking at somebody, you'll know how to effectively communicate with them, but like before they speak.
So, wow, utilizing the doshas, Ayurveda, combined with the elements, combined with astrology, combined with NLP. Oh boy. What will we become in the next 3, 4, 5 years?
Yeah, and for this is off the subject of NLP, but earlier when I typed page 69 with the tattwas, so I was meditating particularly on earth, like I wanted to do them in order, but then I realized so I closed my eyes and did a Trataka technique for Dharana Tarshan, and I let it appear 11 times. What I realized with the low lighting and everything, behind my eyelids, they kind of went off in a sequence. So I was focusing on earth. So it would go earth first, then Apas and Agni, and Vayu then Akash. But Vayu then Akash were like, because my eyes were at the upper part of the page, they weren't as defined. So I was tonight I'm gonna try looking at Agni specifically, since that has to do with sight and it's in the middle of all of them. I think like that right there, that page, she just kind of gives a like an accelerated course. Like if you want to get to Tattwa, just look at Agni in relation to all those, and you're getting the experience of all the Tattwas.
I think there's definitely something to that. And I didn't read super deep into nature's finer forces, but I believe he so far is hinting towards that as well, something of that nature. Oh boy, this is exciting.
I want to get that book as well. That's another gem.
Might as well. I mean, it depends on what you're studying right now. Because like I said in that video, there's a million books out here, but what's going to be most beneficial to you right now? I know that for me right now, I'm really trying to get the knowledge of what these tattwas is all about, because it seems like the foundation of occult symbology is tattwas.
I agree, man. Even with my Goetia practices and entity or servitor building and all of that, I am now always incorporating Tattwa Shuddhi meditations and Dharana Darshan meditations. And oh my God, the results are insane. I actually think they're more powerful than the typical rituals for Goetia and certain things, a lot more powerful. And I'm realizing as well that so I've been focusing on the certain chakras, or I don't know how you would want to call them, but for example, like the ajna, and I'm starting now able to actually really process what that looks like. So I'm starting to guess situations or circumstances before they're happening, or having a lot of psychic intuition, a lot of very vivid dreams that I know are going to play out within this physical reality. Just a definite change in my focus. So I feel like studying the tattvas are crucial for me personally, in my opinion. I think that studying the tattvas are definitely crucial for any practitioner. And so even though I'm studying Necronomicon and all this kind of stuff, like I said, it's like child's play when I put in the Tattwa Shuddhi information that I know.
Yeah.
So I think it's just kind of an automatic element that a practitioner should definitely involve in their studies. Absolutely.
So exciting.
I was thinking about using the TATTWA SHUDDHI process to build a servitor in the same way that we break ourselves down and reassemble ourselves with the elements. What if we utilize the elements and like build a servitor, percentage elements that we want, but in that same process, we create the Akash, or we give that space for it. And then slowly out of the Akash, we build the other elements and then build our vision on what we want that servitor to do.
I think you should definitely follow that train of thought, because it's a proven system. It's a proven system.
Yeah, I think we're already subconsciously doing that.
Oh my God. Wow. That's just amazing. You don't happen to have this, do you, Maestro?
No, I do have his Tree of Life one. It's not specifically Golden Dawn, but he goes into like everything we've been talking about for the past few months. He goes into, but I need to get that Golden Dawn one.
Every time I crack this open, I find something directly related to what my study's going through.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, same. In that other one, like I was just looking through it because me and Amara have been, talking about art and practice of astral projection. And so, yeah, I was looking through it for astral projection, but as I was flipping through it, sure enough, there was TATTWA combinations in there.
What TATTWA combinations have you been utilizing so far, Carrie?
Combinations, I didn't get into them, honestly. So far, I've just been doing that page and TATTWA SHUDDHI just to kind of lay the foundation of all of them. Because I was gonna go gung-ho into, different combinations, but to me, and just how I work, I'm very, like, I'll jump in the deep end before laying a foundation. So I was gonna focus on Earth of Earth first, but I was like, oh, TATTWA SHUDDHI has a page, and then I just went off of there.
Yeah, I'm thinking about going into studying specifically with Akasha and Vayu. Although I'm debating too on when a appropriate time for for that combination to happen, because being air symbol air in my astrological, I'm aware of the properties, and I'm aware that can lead to head in the clouds, and for me, I can easily get carried away with that.
Right.
So right now I'm determining my base, like what's going to be my base combination here that'll keep things going in a new direction that I can kind of have room to play with without feeling too constricted to something.
Right.
Also too, like we were discussing in the chat, right? Like each TATTWA can have literally its own element. So if you study Akasha, you may have remote viewing come up as an ability, or with Vayu, that's going to be your
sentience.
Yeah, so it's I'm curious to see what Agni, Apis, and Prithvi hold.
So those would just be like the senses of the etheric plane at that point.
Yeah. Like, I'm wondering, like right now I'm thinking, right, let's say I work with just Prithvi right now. Prithvi and Agni, like fire and earth. If that were to be a thing, would I work with those elements in order to gain inspiration and motivation for, say, my earthly desires? So say something as specific as money.
Right.
how would I be able to implement that into my practice that would then, how would that situation unravel?
She gives Sister Shudi gives in that same chapter as those TATTWAs on that page, she gives their qualities. And I like that you said, you know, if you want to go for some material, where she gives like if you were operating with a cost, but you wanted to get something material, that would not work out in your favor. But she gives kind of the pros and cons of each in different contexts. And then to what you said about like if you work with fire and earth, just as an example, then if you're working with fire in earth, then that would be like material, but like now you would be doing the action since it rules
Right.
legs and eyes. But if you were to do like, let's say earth and fire, I actually don't know what that would be, but that would be something to try.
Right? Or like fire and air. Would that create action as well as ideas or inspiration? You know, once you gain inspiration, then you have a direction to go with the fire.
All right.
That kind of thing. What if I did air and water? Maybe I could utilize that to better communicate with my emotions.
Ophio, he
Or-
gives in his book, that's where I got that whole, you know, list of combinations from. But he relates it all to the tree actually. So like each different sphere and each level of the tree is actually a different combination of the TATTWA. So I mean, if you were going to go down that route, experiment with the combinations, you should check that out, or can check that out.
Can I ask you, Alora, are you going to use these in conjunction with, I guess, entity creation? However that is? You said you work with servitors a lot, yeah? Is that what you're talking, or at least potentially thinking about in these combinations?
Oh, yes.
These entities? Mm-hmm.
Yes, I am. Yep, I'm thinking about powering them up a little bit more. Just revving up the juice. Implementing some more.
So feeding some of your already existing, or would these be new homies?
We would see, but it would start with working with the existing.
Mm-hmm.
I have 4 existing servitors and 4 is enough for me. It's to get me to that next step. And they're working very well in conjunction. I also feel like I don't want to split myself into too many sections there. Just be able to focus on my 4 main, so then they can really build up and be that foundation. And then if others come of that, that's great. But really experimenting with those elements and implementing them into the entities that are already existing. Yes, because right now what I'm doing is, when you create a servitor, right, you're actually creating another paradigm. You are creating another energetic realm that is going to be running in correspondence with yours, because it is yours. So I'm curious to see how that plays out once I implement more directly specific elemental properties.
Mm-hmm.
Like one of my servitors, for example, the martial arts servitor, I'm like, oh, that's totally fire. That is, that's the element of, Agni and Apis.
Mm-hmm.
Let me play with that combination there. Let me play that kind of thing. Let me mess with Prithvi to see about my money entity.
I wonder too, like with your martial arts one. I mean, this is of course coming from outside perspective. I'm not sure how exactly you work with your servitors, but I wonder if you would be able to like experiment with implementing different styles based on the elements, right? If you're used to a particular style in which to approach things, I wonder if throwing in some water would allow you to either learn to incorporate or even like defend against, or learn what to do in like more watery situations. There's a lot you could do there for sure. And I think it's definitely translatable outwards, but I am in the process of sort of creating my first like real troop of homies. So this is like the perfect thing to pop up at the at the start for sure.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, and I agree with you. Like, and it's how we relate to these to these elements too that we have to keep in mind. Like right now, my relationship with water is the idea of emotions. But water also create waves. It's also acts as a defense system, and it's a living and it's a living organism. Water is within us, right? We're more than 70% of water. We resonate with things. We also, you know, water, oceans themselves, water holds life. So there are so many perspectives of just water that it really makes me curious to see how that would play out with certain servitors and their intentions that are attached behind them. Would I, you know, and I feel like something like the TATTWAs, you can't necessarily attach one specific intent to them because they are an element. So I'm very curious.
Like channels in a way, or like ley lines, or if to think about it like streets, these are like sort of highways, right, where each element has particularities to it, right? It will channel certain things easier, right? If there are highways leading to it, yeah, you can take, you know, side streets to all these different elements, yes, but there's definitely avenues in which that flow a lot better through these channels. Yeah, you can try to attach certain like more grounding type attributes to, you know, your fire, but it's doable, but you're not going to get the best flow there, right?
Right. What an excellent point. Like you just made me think of that of my money entity, right? I'm thinking, you know, at first I thought, well, maybe just Prithvi, but then I thought, well, you know, in Feng Shui, for example, they say keep pictures of waterfalls in your home, especially in the money section, because that keeps your abundance flowing towards you. So one of the elements of water is that flow, is that continuous river. So what if I were attach water and Prithvi to material items? Would those dominant qualities then play a role in that entity's magical abilities to open up these opportunities? So I think you bring up very good points there about how each element does have a specific marker to it when it plays out.
There's several internal Chinese martial arts, and I like what Derek brought up, and also you brought up, Laura. Say if you went to work with, I don't know how it would translate over to servitors per se, but there's certain martial arts where they deal with different procedures, I would say, and different styles within their styles based off of the elements. So in Jing Yi Quan, there's different stances and attacks that correlate with fire, different ones that correlate with water, with the earth, wood, metal. But that would be pretty interesting to like say, like how Derek brought up like a certain style. So
you know what? They have the same thing in capoeira. That's for my martial art entity. They have the same thing. They're different states of a person, of a being, but they're the same elements: water, metal, fire, wood, that kind of thing. Same elements, but they're different styles of how you present yourself within a game. So you're right. That would be super interesting to see how that ends up manifesting as well. Oh, these combinations, we gotta.
Speaking of video games too, it might be interesting to to look at some examples of like magic system in video games that are element based. Because even just like the specific combinations between certain things will produce different elements, right? Like the already brought up between yeah, water and fire type elements, but like to get like electricity, you could think about that as a mix of air, water, and earth, all working in conjunction together to produce this new sort of different type of explosive energy that draws on particular attributes of those elements that would embody whatever electric energy or lightning energy means to a person. There's
Yeah, they do that in I recommend specific for that what you just talked about. It's actually kind of a system used in I Ching. So I recommend getting the book if you're interested in that. Called it's called the Tao of the Craft, and it talks about like different things you could do with talismans, how to construct your own talismans. But what you said with lightning specifically, there there's like several points in the book where the author she talks about like one there's a lightning element like how we do Purusha to Prakriti, Tattwa Rajas Tamas. The Chinese system breaks those down and breaks the elements down into like very finite combinations. So like say lightning, I think lightning is like fire and it's like fire and wood or something. But if you translate over that to the Tattwas, you could easily like quote unquote create that lightning.
Oh, is this
And even then you'd have to look at what lightning means, right? Like what that symbolizes. Like I know if you see lightning in a dream, that means you're going to have, that typically means a great breakthrough. But then it's like attaching your own perspective to something, which of course is important, but it may not always play out as to how you might expect something to play out. So that'd be something to analyze.
You could definitely make like a huge, not even like just like servitor, but more so just like in that manifestation type realm to cook up some like rituals that take these different things into accounts too, I guess, like your particular feelings of what would happen when you mix particular elements can definitely be when you think about the associations produced and how that then just connects to other things, like how you brought up this is the Benabel book, yeah, the
Yeah,
Tower.
this one right here.
Yeah, I really like her tarot book, and actually I bought her tarot deck, which I think should actually be coming soon. Oh dang, I definitely lost track of where I was going with that. Oh yeah, just using so getting very particular about these associations that we do have with them, with these elements, though, like you said, Alora, it may not come out exactly how we imagine it. I find typically, even though it's not what I would have intended, when messing with stuff like this, whether it be like tarot, whether it be just doing a ritual, what I did still ends up happening in a weird way, right? Just not how I might have been conceptualizing it at the time. Perhaps, like we've been talking about here, my hardware was not was not updated. It was not up to the recent updates, so I wasn't able to, receive the full message at the time. But when looking back at things later, you see that, oh, actually, no, that totally tracks now. Even though it wasn't what I expected, it totally follows with what I did beforehand, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
And she gives here like or it's labeled as thunder. So where that it deals with stuff in the home. So direction east is home, to shake or arouse, inciting inciting movement, taking initiative, excitation, revolution, division, change, family, ancestry, and aspects. So it seems like something to do with fire, and probably like I'd say fire of fire maybe as that combination, or as that in the TATTWA combination.
And then also look at whatever like court card correspondences too that would have in the tarot deck too, right? Since all of our court cards would have at least like dual elements associated with them, there might be like even further things we could draw from that potentially.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a really good idea, because here it gives like different combinations of it. So it's like just how you said, you could add more correspondence based on the elements.
Mm-hmm.
Once I get done with this book, I'm about to start cooking stuff up.
And once you
Yeah.
have correspondences, then you know the tree of life is the next logical step to just toss everything into, because everything fits.
Right. And Ophiel gives the combination of the TATTWAs within the tree of life. So everything could be utilized. And I think that's the key to like effective magic in general, is the correct understanding of the forces and then the correct utilizing of the forces. Because people just kind of make, cast a sigil just for something stupid, or, they just do the drawing and that's it. Well, that very specific as possible and very effective.
What do you all think about so that made me, I don't know why that made me think of this in particular, but thinking about like reversals in tarot, is there a way you to use like the positive knowledge gained from these elements but utilized to like inhibit or block some of these energies too? Perhaps that might also be an interesting way to use the tatwas in other forms of magic as well.
Yeah, that's in here as well, to where different elements counter. If you could translate them over to tatwas, it's probably easier, but they give different ways to like counteract each other. So even though we consider like all the tatwas within a cost, they all have their properties to like appropriately inhibit each other from activating within a certain manner.
It all reminds me of, perhaps this is maybe too juvenile, but it reminds me of Pokemon in a lot of ways, right? Where you can go with an attack that will hit a particular weakness, or you can have a Pokemon out there that is resistant to whatever energy is coming towards it too, right? But also imbuing, I don't know, there's a lot to that. There's too much, a lifetime's worth of combinations to try.
And I guess that's where the the effectiveness comes in, because we have it's like buying hella grimoires, and then we got thousands of angels, thousands of demons. Well, we gotta, what's your intent? And you could just circle it down to one. You don't need all this per se. Like, just like you said, there's a lot of information. There's a lifetime worth of information, but it just becomes effective when we we focus, hone. Yeah.
I need to manifest some mad earth and grounding energies in my life. I have 0 earth energy going on.
I feel you. I feel you on that.
It's
yeah.
tough. I definitely easily get stuck in the realm, the sort of trap of intellectualizing things too much, and therefore not actually, it ends up closing off a lot of doors, ironically, and makes it harder to just experience and feel things sometimes. Yeah, I guess sometimes it's probably the best descriptor there.
So perhaps maybe when doing meditations, focus on Prithvi. Like spend time in that space of that golden cube sphere that's weighing your body down. Sit there for a little bit longer before moving on to the rest of the tattwa.
Mm-hmm. And I think, yeah, this too is probably going to lead me to really confront a lot of my issues. I guess I associate earth energy with control and like authority too, and that is just not my jam. A lot of friction there, but this would definitely force me to confront these biases and also let go of past experiences so I can be open to harnessing this energy in a new way rather than just purely being resistant to it.
Well, sure. I mean, we always have to look at our attachments. And because we are sensory based, all of our attachments are going to be emotionally based. So if these occurrences keep coming up, you're seeing these patterns, what's helped me to change my patterns or start to change my patterns is going into the unknown, going into what is uncomfortable.
Mm-hmm.
For me, I had a negative relationship to material for a while. And so instead of spending more time in other places, I went directly into what I feared. So I think that might be of service because you already know that you are strong in these other areas. It's kind of like the guy at the gym who works out his arms all the time. His arms are going to be fucking huge, but he's got little chicken legs. Like he's not focusing on the other parts of the body. And so he's doing himself a little bit of a disservice there because he's not looking at his body as the whole.
Mm-hmm. And then it seems to all then just further lead into even more overcompensation for everything except that which actually lacks.
Right. And the thing is that maybe this is actually one of your strongest sides is that grounding element that you may have. You might, once you're able to acquire a better understanding of it, you'll see how it has been serving you. Because remember, we're never without elements. We are always, even in our astrological charts, if we're mostly fire and water or something like that, we still have air and earth. We still have all of these elements within us.
Mm-hmm.
It's just a matter of putting the focus on these certain areas for some time to better understand them. Mm-hmm. And understand their process and how they relate to our automatic responses.
Mm-hmm. That I think I haven't thought about it that way before, but I think there's probably that definitely resonated on some aspect. Definitely since my moon is Virgo.
Okay.
So
well, that's Earth.
That would, maybe there is something there, but I do not let that side come out at the moment.
Or maybe you do without realizing it, because again, you haven't identified with it in an emotional level you haven't developed that emotional attachment, or you haven't explored your emotional attachment with it yet.
Mm-hmm. That's true.
In tropical, I identified for a long time. My sun was in Libra, my moon is in Leo, and my ascendant is in Scorpio. And in sidereal, when I learned that my sun was in then when my sun was in Virgo and my moon was in Cancer and my ascendant was in Libra, I at first got a little offended with the Cancer element because I thought, oh, fuck, that means I'm emotional. I don't want to fucking attach to that shit. Like, Like, God damn it, give me the Leo back. I want the Leo, you know, and I had a negative attachment to the water element without real, but the more familiar I got with Cancer and the moon being at home there, and the elements of the moon that are now attached to water, you know, my emotional familiarity with it became more embracing of it, and also more aware of how this particular element acts out in my life frequently and plays its role in the combinations with all of my other elements. So I think it's a matter of just gaining that familiarity with these other elements that have been sort of pushed behind or pushed to the side, but they were never really pushed to the side, just in your awareness.
Did you not feel that way when your chart had Scorpio on it?
I did. I was upset. I was very, I thought, you know, my immediate reaction was like, oh shit, Scorpios are bitches. My gosh, darn it, I just can't escape this bitch thing. But, you know, that also, again, gained familiarity with Scorpio. Scorpio dives deep. Scorpio does not stay on surface level. Scorpio goes deep on the inside. That's why they're considered socially outcasting, or they're not, or because they don't, their main concern is not to be friendly and sociable. That main concern is to go deeper. No, I don't care how you're smiling at me. Tell me about you. Let me find out about you. And those elements have always played a big part in my life, but I was unaware of them until I started getting familiar with those elements. So, you know, and really though, it's interesting because I do automatically go towards fire and air. Very much so, very much so. My emotional reactions are very fiery. And my weaknesses or my downfalls tend to have an air element to it. So creating combinations that balance these tattwas out assist me a lot in everyday occurrences, and especially in my rituals. Because now I've learned to gain an awareness of all of it, of all of the elements, all of the tattwas, and recognize their importance on each level and how they can best apply, while being aware of my automatic go-tos.
I do feel compelled to comment. With your affinities, it totally makes sense. Your love of Goetia, for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, like it's just gonna play, and that's the thing, right? That's where, like, you don't really have to worry about losing these other elements or whatever, because you're automatically always going to go towards these things. It's just gaining that familiarity with the unfamiliar spaces so you can see how they're also playing their part. And then utilizing that to your advantage.
Until those also become more automatic.
Correct. Like a very big earthing element for me was to hold back, was to not always come off as, you know, but hold back, bring it back, dial it down,
patience,
calm down.
My virtue currently.
So, you know, for yourself, it might be, yes, I'm going to go into this realm, this intellectual realm, but there is a time and place for that. There is also a time and place for me to utilize this intellectual capability I have and bring that into this physical realm in a way that is calm and serene and connected.
That's what, yeah, I just really struggle with patience. I feel like I can I can blast through energy all the way up through, getting into the space of the head. You can read a bunch of stuff in a row and like really, feel things emotionally, and just have that fiery passion associated with it. But Earth just forces you to like take things in time and in stride. And I
Yes.
uh, am working on it.
Perhaps, I might be speaking out of hand, and I'm inviting Kristen. She is not here, but I'm inviting her to kind of shut this down if this is incorrect. But one thing she told me that really helped me out a lot in my life is not just the principles of Feng Shui, but to also connect to your Saturn. Look where Saturn is in your chart. See how it plays out and the sign that is associated with it. But honor Saturn more, and you will see more beneficial results coming from that element, because Saturn requires patience and it forces you to slow down. And there might be something in your chart that is leaving Saturn debilitated or is making it difficult for you to connect to that patience and that longevity there. So I would say maybe start connecting to the Saturn element and really putting your focus into that. Incorporating certain colors and elements that have to do with Saturn, and see how that manifests. Not only are we creating entities, but literally the spaces where we live is an energetic stream. So if we can also create an atmosphere that supports whatever our focus is in, that flow will follow that, will go there. So yeah, I would say maybe explore that.
Yes, thank you. That's great advice. And I know I was just looking at I really like, I guess I out myself as a super nerd here, but I really like fountain pens. And I just saw this just had a fountain pen pop up that was it was there was a series that was based off of the planets, and the only one that they had left in stock was Saturn. So might that website and start my journey towards inviting more Saturn in.
Yeah, exactly. Explore it. Explore it and see what happens. Absolutely. That's what I've been doing, and the results have been very, very good. A lot more practicality has entered into my life.
And my astrology game is weak. That is, in terms of correspondences, that is that is absolutely my weakest too. So I just need to strengthen my foundation there, just in general too.
What I started doing, it was like 2 weeks ago. Was just grab yourself an entity that deals with astrology, and then try to do the angels of magic stuff works great, but try to do 11 days seems to be the magic number. So see if you could do like a ritual for 11 days and just picture you understanding it, astrology. You may not know anything, but just invoke the state of, like, if you were to look at a chart and understand everything, and just keep adding that repetition, and also doing the thing out of art and practice of creative visualization, where you imagine it in a kind of happening in the reverse plane. So at first you visualize the end result, then you visualize you starting, end result, and starting, and then kind of ground that with a sigil and action.
That's
You know what this is? This is also finding your modality. This brings us full circle to exactly what we were talking about before. Like, you find your modality to connect to these elements. If your modality is creative visualization, do this kind of stuff. If your modality is working with tarot, pick something from tarot that would invoke patience. Or the Saturn.
There is I guess it would be something that I'd have to be conscious of, is to not fall into the chicken leg trap that we were talking about earlier. And instead of, like, rely on my tarot, more of my familiarity with tarot to pull me through things, instead use that to just start building my correspondences more strongly in that sense. And so I don't have to just go to tarot all the time. Instead, my network will start to grow a lot wider in that sense, without purely relying on that to push me forward. I can begin to incorporate other systems to do that. Thank you all. This is great.
And thank you.
Yeah. I'm excited to see your results or to hear about them.
I am too. It's a long journey ahead. Never ends. The beauty and the horror of it.
It's all right.
Yeah, it's all the same too.
Yeah.
Beauty and horror is like it's
Mhm.
labels we put on something, like when we attach an emotional state to it. But at the end of the day, like, everything's perfect.
That's what I like about the word, or like, to be in awe, right? Because that is where you draw, it's where you bring in both the awesome and the awful together. And you stand there bewildered because you're overwhelmed with those two states and everything in between, right? To be in a state of awe is not, it's not a positive thing necessarily. It's not a negative thing. It is the encapsulation of all things. Yeah.
To meditate on it, meditate on it. That's actually a pretty good realization.
All right. So on that note, I think that we've reached our time. And now it's time to go back to our study or whatever else you plan on doing today. Amar, how are you?
What's up, bro? What's up, guys? I'm doing good. Chilling. How's everybody doing?
Good.
Excited.
Yes. We're gonna have to wrap up the talk with SHUDDHI, I guess. I mean, we don't have to, but I don't know. There's so many different directions we can go from here, but geez Louise.
Where do you think what direction do you think we're gonna head into?
So the subliminal lesson here was utilizing symbols to make a connection with the divine. So what I would think would be an appropriate next step would be using a specific collection of symbols and practicing making the connection with the divine. Divination, basically. I don't know. It hasn't come to me just yet. It usually comes to me last minute, and it works out just fine.
Yeah.
You can draw a symbol for that, or make a symbol for that too, or correlate correlate that to something.
Open up the Golden Dawn book, and then I see that everything that we've been doing is following according to protocol anyways. Like, the first time I opened up the Magician's Tables, it talked about learning Kabbalah and then learning Dharana right after that, like that in order. And then I look at the Golden Dawn book again, and it's talking about you learn Kabbalah first, and then you've got to learn about TATTWA SHUDDHI, basically. And then the next place is learning divination and that sort of thing. It's just, I mean, maybe I saw
that picture you sang yesterday with the 1, 2. Yeah.
Yeah. I didn't plan that shit out. Matter of fact, I wasn't before Ophiel, I didn't take the TATTWA seriously, and before TATTWA SHUDDHI, I wasn't really using the TATTWAs. So to see it in the Golden Dawn book like that, it's just even more confirmation. Like this stuff really has a life of its own.
Ophiel's simple method is like TATTWA SHUDDHI basically. Because in the symbol method, you meditate on the geometrical configurations of the TATTWAs. And that's in the art and practice of astral projection.
And I noticed that too in Constantinos' book, Summoning Spirits.
Yeah. Amazing. Personally, I'd love to go more into the Vedic philosophy, but we'll see. There's a lot of different things we can do.
I've been going into like basically the Advaita Vedanta, so like the non-duality of it. So that's what a lot of like Vivekananda like taught from that aspect of it. Like that was his like frame of reference. So I've been getting into that a lot more.
Yeah, Advaita Vedanta.
Yeah. There's a lot of shit that I've had to like let go of. And TATTWA SHUDDHI's help with that. So yeah.
All right. Well, I've got to work on pivoting my strategy now that TikTok has strong-armed me. So I've got to adjust here.
So
I see that it works, so now I'll just make it work a different way. But in any case, let's meet here again and finish up our discussion on that last chapter of TATTWA SHUDDHI. Does anybody else have any final remarks or anything like that?
Thank you for this.
Yeah, my pleasure. I'm supposed to be doing this. I'm just doing my job. All right. Well, if nothing else, this is TK Trav, aka Travis Mages, here with LVX 777. I love you guys. Peace.
peace.